Hello, everyone. Hello. Where do I stand for maximum? Oh, it's very much center. Yes. But I need to be able to see myself, to know what I'm doing. So
Yeah, so maybe you guys. Yeah.
So hello, everyone. I hope we've had a good week. So we're all just coming in and settling in. Oh, I can see I can see the faces in the room, but I'll just start by acknowledging our online brethren. Who is Zoom user? Is that us? Please, if you're a Zoom user, I would really like you to change your name so that we can meet you and know you through the course of this chat. I can see Ola, Ruben, probably myself, Hattie, all the way from Glasgow. If you can pop your actual name, I know you're Hattie, but the rest of the team doesn't know you. So I can see Leke. Is there a way to move the screen so I can see everyone?
If you know me, then I'm fine.
Right. We have quite a few people in the room, and we're expecting that more people join us soon. I can see Ruben, Blessing, Samuel. Ooh, someone is joining from work. We're happy to see you, iPhone. If you can change to your name, please. Richie, Bamidele, Daniel, Augustine, you're all welcome. You're all welcome to the program today. We're going to do a lot of learning together. Welcome to those in the room with us. I don't know if you should go around and quickly introduce ourselves. I'll start by introducing myself. I am Amaka. You can call me Amaka. No titles for the course of our time learning together. We're all here to learn from one another and from the amazing speakers we've got on the panel today. So I'm Amaka. I'm a part of this lovely group, Glight, that's put this program together, and also an honorable member of this church that is hosting the event we're having here today. I will pass the mic, and if I do so, quickly introduce yourself, and we'll keep it going. I'll come back to our panel because they're special people. So, okay. I've been authorized to keep my mic, so I'll keep my mic. So we'll start with you've got the hot mic, so we'll start with you. Sister, I don't know your name, so introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwatoyin Toyon. I am a student nurse. Pleased to meet everyone.
Nice to meet you, Tony.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gabriel.
Welcome, Gabriel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Obiani Nulu Oduwego.
You're welcome, Obianiju.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Akimbola.
Hello, everyone. My name is Oluwatoyin Balogun.
We've got the man behind the camera.
Behind the camera. Hello, everyone. My name is Tule Onoja.
You're welcome, Bratile. So it's really amazing to see all your lovely faces and the faces of the people online as well. It's lovely to see you. I can see that the team is growing. Welcome, Emmanuel. Welcome, William. Lovely. So now that we've all introduced ourselves and you're welcome to the program, I will be helping moderate things for the rest of the day. And we've got our panel. I'm not rushing. We don't rush to unwrap a lovely parcel. So I'll come to them last, but we need to do some quick housekeeping so that we know where things go. So we are in our smaller hall now. The main church auditorium is to your right from your sitting position. We've got one toilet for our brothers here, and the one for the sisters is you walk across the auditorium to the back of our main church auditorium. We've got our fire exit just outside this door. We are not expecting any alarms to go off. So if an alarm goes off, it's a real one. You need to come out the door, make a left, and exit onto the street, please. So we haven't done some housekeeping rules whilst our panel are speaking, because we're children of God and we are organized, and the God that we serve is a God of order. We're expecting that things will be in order. And of course, after we've done some learning about property today, we're also going to feed the body, and we've got something set up at the back for making sure that we do that. So both we get spiritual throughout the week, multiple times. We're going to talk some money, because what? The Bible says that money answereth. Bible students, money answereth. Thank you. Please feel free to unmute yourself online as well and participate actively. This is going to be a very, very interactive session. And moving on to the purpose of us being here, we are here to talk property. Simple. We are here to learn. We're here to talk property, money, how we move forward in this country that we've come to. A lot of us have come from other places in the world. You've made a really huge stride, whether you have done it for yourself, whether you have done it for your children, whatever your reasons may be. But the Bible that forms the background of just the organization putting this together assures us that wherever your footsteps, whether it is this country, this part of the country, Scotland, whether it is England, wherever, the Bible assures you that if your foot has stepped in it, then he's giving it to you as your possession. And discussing property is an extension of claiming on that blessing. But who is it that wanted to build a house that does not first consider the cost? So we are not unorganized people here. We don't simply shout, believe, and everybody believe, and then sow a seed. That's not how we do it here. We're practical. You get all the spiritual during the week. We come to an event like this. We learn from one another, okay? And having said that, without much ado, we would be moving into the program. I've got 2 of our 3 esteemed speakers, and I don't think that if I introduce them myself, I would do them justice. I don't know about you, but I happen to know 3 of them personally. So it is an honor to me that I know them, and I'm hoping that you would give them a Glight welcome once they introduce themselves. So I will start from my right, because we start from our visitors first. And I would like Mr. Nwokolo to introduce himself first.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor Nwokolo. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Dr. Yakubu, please.
He didn't quite introduce himself. He only said his name. You'll do that later. All right.
Ms. Lawyer, and I'm letting
Okay,
you. Yes.
okay.
Thank you.
I'll do like him. I'll make mine short as well. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Yakubu Balogu is the name, and it's my pleasure to be here. And I'm going to say beyond what he said, actually. Yeah, definitely. Because I'm particularly happy and grateful that we're able to have this event. By the grace of God, I'm the chair of the Glight ambassadors here in Aberdeen. And myself and the team, thank you. We've been able to put together this event, and because there is the need for us to put together an event as this to be able to expose some wealth secrets to ourselves, and then property is one of the avenues for that to happen. And one thing that we've done in bringing the speakers together for today's event is we didn't go to look at some superstar experts to come and speak to us. Because when we talk property, particularly in the UK, there are some people you see on Facebook, on YouTube, they're like superstars. When they talk, they tell you that they've got multi-million pounds portfolio, and you look at them like, is this possible? Like they are speaking in language you can't relate. But for today's event, we've brought people that you can connect with. I'm going to be taking one of the conversation, and because people here know me, then you can relate and say, well, if Yakubu can actually do this thing, if he says these things, then I think it is possible. Am I right? And you see Mr. Victor, Engineer Victor, that's going to be speaking as well. You can also relate. I'm going to say a tiny little bit about him. We've got some very similar history. We actually grew up in the same neighborhood far back in Nigeria in Warri. So we know ourselves right from secondary school days. Yeah? He came to the UK a couple of years before I came to do a master's. He came, I think, to study in Robert Gordon University. And then I came later to study in Middlesbrough Teesside University in 2011. And then I left 2012 while I was 2 years. So when I came back for a PhD in 2016, he saw on Facebook, like I'm in Aberdeen, and he messaged me and said, Well, you did my I say, are you Nabadin? Yes, Nabadin. And that was how we reconnected after many, many years when we've left secondary school far back 1999 in Warri. Now, it's going to be speaking to Ross because everybody in this room can connect with his story. That is a Nigerian like us. He was a student like us. He came here, did a master's, went through COS, went through different level of visa till become settled and everything. And by the grace of God, okay, the slide wasn't showing. So he's the director of the Vion Properties and is going to be speaking from real world experience. You understand? And then I'm going to come and talk to you also from real world experience from the side of residential property and also from the side of prescient properties, where I'm also the director of my own property portfolio as well. And then on the finance side, thank you. On the finance side, we'll also be listening to one of our sisters as well. That I'm very particular of the fact that the speakers have got similar journey as every one of us. If I didn't know her as a student in Aberdeen, but I know her husband, whilst I was doing PhD, was doing PhD in University of Aberdeen, I was doing PhD in Robert Gordon University. So there is strong connection. So people that will be speaking today are not people that have got some two fantastic story to tell us, but very relatable and actionable story. And I'm sure that we all going to have the best of the hour spent together today in Jesus' name. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Yakubu, and thank you, Dr. Yakubu. I'm going to use the to whom honor is due. So thank you, Brother Yakubu. Once again, you're all welcome. We're still waiting on one of our esteemed speakers. As soon as she gets here, I will do the introductions. Please, do you mind, ma'am, moving up front so that we can? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I'll just let you go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Onyi Beke, and yeah, I'm into finance. I will say more when it's time to speak again.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, when a package, like I was saying, what we are discussing today is very important. We can't unwrap it too quickly. So we've just gotten a tidbit. And like I said, I'm quite honored that I know all the three people on the panel. One I'm meeting for the first time properly today, but I happen to know all three of them. And before I let our first speaker come up, we're just going to do a very quick word game. I don't know if you can get our screens back up again, because I'm going to ask people to raise their hand. So this morning, before coming down here, I was sitting in a group, interestingly organized by another church, one of the churches in this Aberdeen city, and it was just women. And they had come together and paid monies. I paid to attend for 2 hours for someone to talk to us about money. And in the room were a lot of other professionals, homemakers, and I paid to sit down and have someone teach me something. But in this organization, in Glight, we curate things like this because first and foremost, we care about you. We love one another, and we don't want success to be whispered, in secret, and someone tells somebody something after church. Putting it out here means everyone gets a chance. And the most important thing is you're not paying. So when our speakers come up, please give them your utmost attention. Same with our online brethren. Keep your mics muted, please, so that we don't introduce background noise and we can give them the best of our rapt attention. So without much fuss, I'll ask our first speaker, Mr. Nwokolo, to come up and...
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank everyone for this opportunity. It's a privilege to be amongst you guys. I want to say thank you very much to the Glight group and to my very good friend here, Dr. Yakubu. Just like he said earlier, we grew up together back in Warri, and it's been a journey. I'll put it like that. By way of introduction, I'm Victor Nwokolo. I'm an electrical engineer by training. So my day job is electrical engineering. So I work in the oil and gas local. I'll say, okay, before I get into the other part, I'm a family man. I'm married. My wife's name is Imperial. She's a physician associate. She works in a primary care here in Aberdeen. And we've been married for over 12 years. And we're blessed with 3 lovely girls. But if someone asks me, who are you? I would say, first of all, I'm a Christian. I'm a born-again Christian. So everything else spans from that. So I'm a Christian electrical engineer, a Christian property investor, a Christian family man, and so on. So my identity starts from my belief, which is I'm a Christian. So let's take it from there. So my wife and I started our property journey back in 2021, just coming off COVID. In January 2021, we launched our property company, Vion Properties Limited, and we invested in our first investment property. It's different from our first property. Our first investment property is the property we intentionally bought for investment purpose. So we went into it just testing the water. You know, we went into it with the understanding that we'll learn on the job. So our story is slightly different from what I will advise you. I hope you understand. It's important before you get into something that you get a lot of information, background research. But if you can afford to learn on the job, then feel free to do so. You will learn by your own mistakes and everything. There will be things you will then look back to and say, I wish I've done it differently. But there will be so many success journey on the way. So we'll take it from there. So we launched our property in 2021, and we bought a rundown property in Torrey. And then we bought it very cheap, did it up, refurb, invested some money into it, then converted, get it to a ready state, then launched our service accommodation business. So from there, it became a journey. We started investing money and time and effort into. Since that journey, we've grew our property portfolio to 13 units. Don't clap. Don't clap yet. 13 units, 11 of which are intended for service accommodation, and 2 of them are buy to let, so it's into your area. So we've got 9 studio flats, and we've got 3 bedroom houses too. So those combined forms the service accommodation. Then we have the buy to let, which is more like 1 bedroom, 2 times 1 bedroom flats or accommodation, which we currently let out to tenants. Our strategy would have been everything in service accommodation, but I'll touch why we decided to put 2 of them in buy to let. So these are things you understand when you get into the business. So yeah, by introduction, that's where we are. So the 9 bedroom or the 9 studio units are still being worked on. So it will be ready in a few months and we will launch it. So we've got every compliance stuff done, but we need to get it fully ready before we launch it. So yeah, that's my property history. So now let's get to you guys. We're here for a reason. So before I get into my talk, I just want to get a feel from everyone. Why are we here? What do we want to learn? So I will take a few questions. Why do you want to invest? Why property? Why investment? But if I leave it broad, why investment, not just property? Can I get like a few so that I don't feel like I'm talking too much? Can I get people online? We can take response if they can drop comments. But why do you want to invest your money? Why not leave it in your bank to grow interest? Why not just keep it safe? Why do you want to invest your money? I'll take a couple of responses. Okay, carry on then.
All right, I want to invest because you cannot be rich working for somebody, and no matter how you save, inflation will catch up with it. But when you invest, you'll be able to get returns. And definition of being wealthy is having enough to be able to give to others, and yet you are still living your life, helping others. But when you don't, once the money you have is just for you, you are not able to help others. So when you are wealthy with investment, you can be a blessing to others. So that's why I want to invest.
Okay, I'll take that. But they've debunked that first statement that you cannot be rich working for others. It's no longer true. Yes, the Indians have proved it wrong. You see the CEO of Microsoft, if you see his salary, I would rather be in his position than investing my money. I hope you understand. There are people that are making money in their field. There are people who go into doing specific jobs that are wealthy. So it's no longer the case. But I understand, I agree with the rest of what you're saying, but I'm just updating you that it's been debunked. So people can still get rich working. Okay, carry on, next one.
To me, I would want to invest because saving money in the bank, you are there to just get interest over time. But when you invest on the property over time, you will get the money you used to invest. And even if need be, you want to sell off that property, you still sell that property and still get your more than the original money used that you invested on that property. I think that is why I will want to invest on property. Thank you.
Okay, so you want to grow your money, similar to what Sheyi said. Okay, and one final one. Okay, one more person, then.
I thought I would seize the mic as moderator.
Okay.
I'm interested in properties because I think it helps me build financial independence and hopefully really stop selling my time to someone else for money. And if it is possible, just control my hours, which can be a challenging thing to do for the kind of job that I do. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you've hit two things there. And yeah. Okay, do you have someone online?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dr. says financial freedom and retirement planning.
Okay.
And Oluwadeoye says, I would like to invest to let my money work for me rather than me always working for money.
Okay. So we have diverse reasons. So for us, we're all right. You're very correct. Not everybody can work to become rich. So let's say that. So majority of people still need to invest to become rich. So let's just take my own reasoning. It's not responding, I think. Okay, just one. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah. So for me, 3 reasons, and we've touched it already. The first reason is time freedom. Dr. Ye mentioned to be in charge of your own time. What we do working is we sell our time to an employer, not just our energy, our time to an employer. That means a specific period in the week belongs to your employer. You need the approval to use it for even yourself. So if you work full time, you can't just say 10 a.m., I want to nap. You've contracted hours to them. So you're not in charge of your time per se. So why do we need freedom from time freedom? I've listed a few things there. So this is just before we go into the actual discussion. I've listed a few things there. There are 7 areas of life we should consider when we're looking at time freedom. And this all builds to our own core values, what we believe in. So these 7 areas, one of them is family and relationship. Why do you need time freedom? Why do you need more time? Maybe to spend it on family and relationships. You've seen a lot of rich people, they get divorced. You hear the spouse say it doesn't make her time for the family. They have wealth, but they don't have time for the family. You go into investments so that you can create your own time freedom and have your work structured around the things that gives you value. So one of them is family and relationships. Then the other thing there is spiritual. I'm a Christian. So no matter how busy my job is, God comes first. That means there are certain times my job cannot take priority over my faith. So my faith takes priority. So if I see a job that I will need, mean that I won't have time to serve God, then I think that job is not for me. So hence, I have to look for an investment that will give me the freedom to exercise my spiritual values and beliefs. So that is also one of the reasons we need time freedom. Another reason we need time freedom is for our health. Sometimes we work too much and we get exhausted. We get too stressed, we don't even find time to take care of our health. And another thing there is personal development. We need to find time to develop ourselves, our mindset, learn. And some of the times, learning is by traveling, making time to travel, making time to explore, making time to acquire wisdom and knowledge. And the other thing there is also maybe some people don't enjoy their job, to be honest with you. They don't like what they do. So if they have opportunity to create an alternative career, it can be done through investment. That means you can be doing something you like and making money from it. And social, making time to be part of your community is very important. We are social beings as humans. We have to create time to interact, to associate, to make our time for others as well. And finally, to make wealth. I put it as last because it shouldn't be your reason for going into investment. But it's very important for us to understand how to make wealth. So I've just put a summary there. Core values is a lasting fulfillment that comes from identifying and living in alignment with your highest and most authentic values. I would recommend a book to you guys. It's called The Value Factor. The book will tell you or will draw your attention to what matters to you, what you value most. For some people, is the other way around. But like I said earlier, I'm a Christian. So what is my highest value? My faith. Next highest value, my family. So they're in a certain order. So if you understand your value, you can create wealth out of your value. There are many people who identify their value and using it to create wealth. So let's move to the next one. Just one more, please. The next one. So the other reason we go into investment, financial freedom. And this is where Dr. mentioned earlier. This is also important. We need to understand where we are in our financial journey and see whether we're able to improve on it. So there are 5 areas of our financial ladder. Many people are on financial insecurity. That means what you make from your job or your day job is less than or equal to your expenses. For majority of the people, it's just below your expenses. That means every time you need to tell yourself, I need to cut certain things back to balance the book. So if we are or a majority of us are sitting on financial insecurity. How do we jump to the next one, which is financial security? Financial security just gives you enough to feel, should I say, less pressure. So for different people, the values is specific. What gives me financial security is not the same as you, it's not the same as you, it's not the same as every other person here. We all have our own various values. So your first assignment, go home, ask yourself, what do I make? What is my total expenses? Am I sitting on financial insecurity or security? Or am I above it? And see, okay, what will it take to get me from financial insecurity to financial security? For some people, it's maybe your total income is £5,000 a month. And you feel if you eat £6,000, you go to financial security. That means you have £1,000 to save. You can use £5,000 to sort your expenses, and you can use £1,000 as savings. So you've gotten to a point where you say financial security. But getting to the next one, which is financial independence, is one of the reasons we need to invest. So you get to a point where even if you lose your job just now, you're not in immediate danger, because that is the difference between financial security and insecurity and independence. You're not in immediate danger. That means you've got specific passive income that supplements your standard or your life expenses. So for some people, they come in with investment in property, in shares and stock, in gold, in different things, and they supplement their income. And that's what financial independence brings to you. And property is one of the ways to get there. Then financial abundance. Say the person whose expenses is 5,000 and all of a sudden started making 10,000 plus, say 10 to 15,000. That means you have far more than he needs to spend in a month. So you have enough to invest, enough to save, enough to handle the lifestyle. Even if he has an issue today, he can still go for a period before he starts feeling the pinch. So that's financial abundance. And for majority of us, we should strive to be there. It's not greed. It's not greed. It's being intentional and it's more like a safety net. Then the last one is financial legacy. That comes with having so much that you're not thinking, okay, my wealth transfer plan, I can afford to give part of my wealth to a charity. I can sponsor, like Cyan Woods built a car park at ARI. He's in a financial legacy status where he can afford to even invest insane amount of money in the society. Does that make sense? Yeah, I just want us to understand where we are and what we're striving to get to. And the last thing, I just summed everything to 3 in why we need to invest. The last thing there is create legacy. Legacy is when you now leave something behind for the future unborn. So you can create a lasting legacy for the future. You can think about post-retirement. What will your life look like in another 30 years, in another 20 years? When you retire, what will you fall back to? We see a lot of celebrities, boxers, musicians, they eat massive amount of money in the US, and in no time they've gone broke. There's no protection of their wealth. So we need to consider that. And another reason for that is inheritance. You want to retain ownership of your wealth within your family. So you invest to leave that within your family and passing on knowledge as well. You invest, sometimes you gain knowledge and you share it with your children. So like what I'm teaching my daughters is, you're not graduating school to write application letter to work for anybody. They're not doing that. It's a legacy I learned and I'm teaching them. They're growing into entrepreneurial spirit that when they finish studying, they are thinking about creating wealth and creating job, not working. They are not going to school to learn how to write application letter for a job. I want them to finish school and learn how to write business proposals. They are two different things. So we should understand why we going into investment. For me, it has a lot of reasons, but one of these is passing on knowledge. I hope that's clear. I would really want this thing to work. But okay, so let's just dive into the main discussion. So I'll take us to basics. What is property? So we must understand what we're investing in. Property is what we're looking at today. So property refers to two things, either tangible or intangible. Is there anything that can be owned by an individual, a group, or an entity? Entity in this case can be a company, an organization, or any legal body. So we can say tangible is things we can feel or see, things like goods, buildings, and land. We can say intangible can be patent, copyright, and so on. For types of properties we can invest in, there are landed properties, lands and buildings. We got personal property, movable items, your laptop, your mobile phone, and so on. Then we have IP, intellectual property. These are serious assets in today's day and age. I was looking through social media the other day and I heard Fela Kuti's son, Sheun, bragging about the dad still paying him from the great beyond. What is he benefiting from? He's saying he's making about $250,000 every year from his father's legacy. All of these are from IP, intellectual property. So it's not a physical, tangible property, but it's generating income for the family even after the man has gone. Then other things, this is my own understanding I've added as the fourth type of property there, and that is interest. And I'll try to explain that. Interest in this case may be your investment. They are not things you see. They are not intellectual properties. They are intangible property. And today you can go into joint venture, you can buy shares, you can buy bonds, you can even be setting membership to certain organizations, some wealth organization. And these are properties that you can pass on. In some cases, they can be passed on to your dependent and it gives them advantage in life. So interest is one of those things. Then let's look at landed properties. There are four main group of landed properties: residential, commercial, industrial, and land. So we know what they mean, and just by residential is any property that the intention is for people to live in. In the commercial is properties mainly intended for business purposes, retail stores, offices, and so on. Industrial, these are mainly for industrial purposes, manufacturing, production, distribution, and so on. So you see things like warehouse, logistics centers, and factories under industrial. Then land is undeveloped or agricultural land. A lot of them are growing in the UK. There are people who are into this type of property as an investment strategy. They just go buy green belt land. They apply for various planning permissions, keep applying till they get one approved. And the value of that land maybe they bought the land for maybe a few £1,000. And the minute a planning permission is approved, it jumps. So they've added value to it and they can sell it on. They choose not to develop it. They just sell it on. You buy a property, £10,000, and after planning permission, they can sell it for £500,000 due to the size. So it's just their investment strategy. So it works for some people. Next, please. So now, let's just glance through the types of property investment strategies. I'll be touching more on short-let at some point, but I'll just take you through them. It's important for us to understand strategy. Strategy is any type of property business you can do. So before you go into property, somebody say, I want to go into property, you must understand which one or how many of them you want to invest in. So property investment is quite large. So the first one here is buy to let, and I believe Dr. Yakubu will be talking about it at some point. So it's the most common strategy. It's more like you buy a property, you put a tenant in it. Whether you buy it under your name or your business name, it still falls under buy to let. So commonly referred to as BTL, buy to let, is the most common strategy. We have the HMOs, which is houses in multiple occupation. This is what where you have a large property and you decide to let out, sublet the bedrooms rather than the whole house. So you may have like students staying in different rooms. So it's HMO, it requires its own specific license. We have the buy to sell, in other words called flip, property flipping. This is where you buy a property, especially like a rundown property, you do it up, add value to it, then you sell it on. So you buy it for X amount, you spend Y amount to get it done, and you sell it for Z amount, making a profit out of it. I have a friend who saw business strategy is that. It's a very lucrative one if you know how to do it. And if you're doing it in the right places. You can make so much. Some people can spend a few tens of thousands of pounds to buy a property. Say you buy a property, £50,000, you spend £40,000 to get it to a good state, you sell it for 150,000 or 140,000 within 3 months. So within a space of 3 months, they've made like £40,000. And this one may be somebody who was working in a place earning 50,000 annum, and he does 3 of these in a year, and he makes 4 or 5 times his income working in a company. So flip is a lucrative but very, I would say, it requires know-how. You must understand. If not, it may backfire. You may do your numbers wrongly, and when it comes to sell it, you make a loss. So people do that. So before you do any strategy, seek knowledge, please. Then off-plan property. This is quite common within property investment community. There are people whose job is to get a property to a certain level. They leave it. They're not interested in the finishing. They get it to a level and they sell it on. Another person buys it and finish it up. So that means they can get it to a level. You that's coming to buy it will buy it and for your intended purpose. So that is off plan. Then short let is my main area of property investment. This is when you're using your property for platforms like Airbnb and so on. I'll touch more on it later. Then we have commercial property, which I've mentioned earlier, and we have commercial to residential conversion. It's one of the most expensive strategies you can get involved in. You buy old commercial building, you apply for planning permission to convert it to residential, and you create several units of residential, which you sell. So it's a combination of flip and commercial and other strategy, but it requires a lot of investment in doing that. Okay, next, please. Okay, now let's look at what service accommodations are. There are a lot of interused terms for them. You hear things like service accommodation, you hear things like short let, and you hear things like holiday let. What are the differences? So short-term let is the broad name or the umbrella name for all of them. So for short let, it's that any property tenancy that is short, and when I mean short, under 6 months. Your standard buy-to-let requires minimum tenancy period of 6 months and above. So most standard tenancy is 6 months for your tenant. But when you're looking at, okay, I want to let this thing out to somebody for 1 week, 1 night, 10 nights, 15 nights, up to, I think in Scotland, it's up to 90 nights, which is 3 months. So anything below 6 months falls under short-term let. So it's the umbrella name for these two, which are the main one. The next one there, which is the holiday let. Holiday let is a specific type where you have a specific property meant for holidays. Purpose, like the target here, is to target holiday makers. So some people go, I think if you're familiar with Aberdeen, the Morgan Moss area, they had this caravan park before that was scrapped recently. So they're looking at restructuring. That would serve the purpose of holiday let. So some places you have caravans, in places some are just holiday destination, and there has accommodation for the people, holiday makers. So sometimes they are seasonal, and most times it's self-catering. That word is the difference between these two. Self-catering. So you come, you take the holiday property, you stay in it, you cater for your food, you cater for the cleaning and everything. Then the next one is service accommodation. In America, it's service apartments. So this term is more like hotel-like self-contained houses. You offer services including cleaning and changing of beddings. In some cases, you can offer breakfast. Under this, you have things like bed and breakfast and so on. You see, these days, they've combined a lot of this that you'll be surprised what you're offering is no longer a clear distinction. You're offering a bit of this and this in them. So service accommodation it's a business that targets a few people beyond the holiday makers. So you look at business travelers, relocating employees, contractors, and people who just want to stay in a place other than an hotel. Hotel is more like a box. You don't have kitchen, you're just within your space, but you want a home feel when you travel. So that's where this serves. So the target audience, as mentioned, then it's more flexible than holiday lets and offers accommodation style from 1 night to several months, depending on where you are. So there are many reasons we go into this. So I've done a bit of summary between them. So we have short let, which is the general name, is for anyone. The primary guest, but for holiday let, tourist, family, professional, and corporate for service accommodation, key service, basic, self-catering, and housekeeping for service accommodation. We have a duration for this, it's just less than 6 months. This can be weekends, and so it's mainly around holiday time, but this 1 night to months. So location, this can be anywhere, which is because it's combination. But this is mainly tourist hotspot, holiday let, and this is around where your professional target or the guests stay. So sometimes cities, universities, areas where your target guest stays. Next, please. Okay. Okay, thank you. So why service accommodation as a strategy? So this is where we now differentiate between what we've mentioned earlier as strategy. For us, I just gave some summary. So for me, the reason why service accommodation is attractive is it's called high revenue and yield potential. What that means is you can generate a lot of income because you're charging nightly rate. And it depends on your target guest. You can make premium nightly rates. So it's typically up to 1.5 to 3 times more income than traditional buy-to-lets. I have both of them, so I can tell and I've got a property move from service accommodation to buy-to-let, and I could tell the difference in their income. So the superior net yield, then that is the yield you make out of it. You can get up to 8 to 15% yield. But traditional buy-to-let, you can get, most times it's around 5 to 6% yield. Yield in the sense that your investment versus what you getting out of your investment. For this also, you have low break-even, so some models remain profitable even when occupancy is low. So it's got its own issues. Strategic flexibility is one of the issues. So you can use your property, because you don't have a tenant that is tied there with a contract, you can choose to just block off some nights and use it for personal purpose, which I can do. I can choose, oh, my family members are arriving. I don't want to crowd my house. I can just block a couple of nights in one of my properties. It's my personal use. They stay there. So that flexibility is there. But if I have properties and they're all tenanted, I can't tell my tenant to allow me put somebody there. So there's that flexible for personal use. You can adapt your model. So you have opportunity to adapt your model, and it's ease of exit. You're not evicting anybody to regain your property. You can just choose not to use it anymore, block it off, and your property is now yours for you to use anything. So there's that flex of ease of use. Tax and benefit. It's got some serious tax benefit over most other strategies. So we have this furnished holiday let, which is FHL. Just until recently, there used to be serious tax relief on it. But I know the government is tightening all the available opportunities. So, but you can still run it because service accommodation is run like a business. It's not run like your investment. We run it as business. That means you can expense you've got your running costs. They are deductible before tax. So I can contract my cleaners, my linens, towels, all these things, laundry, everything. They are deducted before tax. So it has more serious tax benefit over traditional buy-to-let. Business rate savings, because it's run as a business, I can, rather than paying council tax, I can apply for business rate relief on my property. That means I'll register the service accommodation as a business and claim business rate relief. That means I don't pay council tax on it. So it's something you can do, but it's got a lot of things you need to look at for it. May turn back to bite you seriously. So you must understand before you go into that. Then lower capital gains, eligible properties may get some business lower capital gains. So you can get up to 10% upon sale. So then the last thing there is operational advantages, reduce arrears risk. So guests typically pay in advance. So you don't have a guest telling you, oh, I just lost my job. I can't pay rent. You understand those things, where in Scotland, the tenant is seriously protected. So you don't have that because I set my system that you pay in advance. So you don't arrive if you don't pay. Your booking will come through to me if you've not paid. So that risk has been taken out. Then I also have my property in better condition because it's frequently cleaned and maintained. So I can maintain the standard of my property than when I have a tenant there that after tenancy, the property is run down, I have to do some touch-up and repairs before using it. Then professional demand. So we've seen a trend in 2026 that is rising, business and leisure. Some organizations just approach you and take your property, even when they don't have anybody there. They just want it as a guest house for their traveling staff. You're not doing much because they're not using the property that frequently. If they have staff, they send it there, you send cleaners, they clean it. So it's a very lucrative areas now. Sorry. Then let's look at the ways to go in, get into service accommodations. This one is taking trend now. SA, for the purpose of the slide, is service accommodation. Just take note when you see that. Rent to SA. So this is happening more frequently now. People approach existing landlord of a buy-to-let and say, oh, we want to rent off your property and use it for service accommodation. and we can guarantee rent. We can guarantee you long stay. They sign like 3 to 5 years contract with the landlord, guaranteed rent. Every landlord will like that. Nobody, you don't have tenant to deal with. They're looking after your property. Then they take it off you. And that's one way for people who can't afford to buy their property to get into it. But it's quite tricky. Not many landlords will accept it. So it's important to note that it's not that easy. So if you're going into it, don't get discouraged after the 20th time. You can get discouraged after 1,000 approach, but don't get into it. Many landlords are still traditional. They don't understand what you're planning to do. Then the other thing to note there, I know one of the speakers we touch on is mortgage. This is where people get it wrong. You go into rent to service accommodation. The landlord says, oh, it's okay. You say, okay, and you start, and you sign 3-5 years a contract with the landlord. And the landlord did not tell their mortgage provider that they are not using their property for service accommodation. 1 month or 12 months into the contract, mortgage people find out when they run their stuff they do online and notice that the address of that property is now shown as a service accommodation. And they threaten the landlord to pull it back. You've invested so much money into it. Because when you took it from the landlord, you had to furnish it to meet service accommodation. And it becomes a case of you have to let go. So it's a strategy you have to go in with exactly the right knowledge. And there's also issues with planning permission. Not all properties can be used for service accommodation. Before you go to sign any contract with a landlord, because if you sign it, you will use it. If you're not using it for service accommodation, you have to put a tenant there because you've signed a contract with the landlord. If I'm the landlord, I will come for my money. You will pay me. You pay me. So you better go check with the council before you sign anything. Make it subject to planning permission. Approach the council. Can I use this property for service accommodation? If they say no, back off. Because if you sign that property and you don't use it, you won't make your money. So there are other things you need to take care of there. Mortgage is one, insurance is another, then planning permission is the other one. Then buy to essay is where you buy your property and you use it, and that's how we started. So we didn't have that pressure. We had some spare cash, we bought the property, we did it up under our own terms, not under any pressure. We took our time gradually. It was slow, but we learned through it. So it's important to understand what you're going through. So with that level of knowledge we gathered from it, we decided to take the next step. So buying your property to start is the best way to go about it. Then we have a part of service accommodation that is deal packaging to SA. Deal packaging, you don't have to run service accommodation. You get the property, you set it up for service accommodation, then you look for people who run it and say, oh, I've got this property I've set up. You can take it on as a service accommodation and they will come in there. You either can sell it to them as a broker, or you own the property and you're selling it, or you can go into partnership with them. And that leads us to joint venture. That is, you look for a willing investor. Not many people who have money wants to go through the stress of investing the money. So you look for a willing investor with the money. So you come in with partnership for them. You contribute either your finance, your expertise, or your time, or all three of them. So if it will cost you £250,000 to get the property ready, you can say, oh, I only have £50,000. If you bring 200,000, I'll bring the knowledge. I will supervise this. I'll get it up and running. I can put the percentage in such a way that it reflects our interest. And you go into it. With that, you can start your journey. So joint venture is the next one. So now let's look at what do you need to do if you go into property service accommodation. I had to include this last minute. Seek knowledge and mentorship. Because this, I noticed, has led a lot of people to regret their investment. before you go into any strategy, be it service accommodation, be it buy to let, be it commercial, anything, seek knowledge, seek mentorship if you can find one. Let somebody hold your hands through it, because you're playing with your money, you're playing with either people's investment. You can go to somebody and say, oh, they are somewhere and they're so busy, they have money, let me invest it for you. Before you do that, seek knowledge. There are many paid courses that are happening online. So you can get some mentorship courses, you can read books, you can learn as much as you can from YouTube, but don't rely solely on it, because some of those are not practical and some of them are not applicable to your location. The strategy we use in Aberdeen is different from Glasgow, talk less England. So seek knowledge, define your target market. And that was what I was trying to point out earlier. Are you hosting professionals? Are you hosting contractors or tourists? Define your target market. For somebody who is looking at luxury accommodation and basic accommodation, they have different investment interest. For luxury, some of these guys, they don't care about booking every day. They believe in one is one. So they get specific luxury property done up that they look after the high and mighty. So you say a celebrity is coming to Aberdeen, those are the kind of property they want to stay. So you look at the area, you look at who your target guests are, then you look at the location. For service accommodation, is seriously location driven. So you must get something in an area that has high demand, depending on who you're looking at. So if you're looking at, say, your target, a business professional, you look at somewhere where they have offices, like Ruby's Law area is an example for professionals, because most of these oil companies bring in some of their staffs from other cities to that place. So if you're operating a service accommodation that meets their standard, you get patronage. If you're targeting academic professionals, you look at Uni Aberdeen, RG areas, you look at traveling students, traveling lecturers. If you're looking at traveling medical professionals, look at ARI. You look at, so your location is driven by your target guest. So you use tools like AirDNA to look at the area and the kind of people that travels to specific areas. Then you do the most important thing in property investment, deal analysis and calculation. If you don't do it, you'll get a spreadsheet that works for you. If you don't do it, you won't know what you're getting into. It's like walking blind. So there are things you need to look at. For me, I always advise people, before you buy any property, have at least three exit strategies. My first exit strategy is my service accommodation. If for some reason I'm doing this property and something changes and I can't use it for service accommodation, what else can I use it for? I can say, okay, they are like 4 bedroom, 5 bedroom. Let me switch to HMO. I'll let out each of the bedroom instead. Or I can say, I'll just let it out to a family. My third option, which is buy to let, just let it out to a tenant. So you must have 1, 2, 3 exit strategy. Or I can just choose to sell it off after I've done it. And I'll be willing to accept whatever comes as the profit. It may not be as lucrative as I planned, because that wasn't my original exit strategy. For so many people that goes into flip, the exit strategy is, if I can't sell it to make X amount of profit, I will just let it out. So their necessary strategy is let out. So we should have that exit strategy. Then we calculate our capital expenses, taking into account things like stamp duty. In Scotland, we have LPTT, which is the land and building transaction tax. We have renovation cost, and we have expenses, financial expenses, which my sister will talk about. We most times miss this. There's a cost to financing your property. You spend money to finance it. So if you're looking at that, then you look at running cost as part of what you put in your deal analysis. So for essays, we look at things like booking fee, credit card fees, housekeeping, laundry, mortgage, or rent, depend on whether you rent it or mortgage it, and monthly operating expenses, which is a sum of everything. Yeah. So yeah, it's just on the second page of my deal analysis. First page is looking at setting up the property. So yeah, you just assume this is a 3-bedroom house, and this is, don't take any of this number. They're all for educational purpose. So don't go set up your property and put your nightly rate at £100. Don't do that. You need knowledge to do that. So 3-bedroom house somewhere in Aberdeen, estimation is a nightly rate is £100 a night. In a week, assuming all of it is taken, is 700. In a month, 2,800. In a year, 36,000. That's someone took the property in a year, no break period, no, just like that, paying your full nightly rate. That's what you get. But in reality, it's not that. In reality, it's somewhere closer to the bottom. There's what we call occupancy of your property. Your property is not occupied every night. It's occupied only when they booked it. And some people can book it in such a way that you can't even have a booking between 2 bookings because they booked it awkwardly. So you need to plan to manage things like that. So you look at the best you can get in most cases is 80% occupancy. You can get 70%, 60%. So you take that numbers and you just multiply them by that and you get. So worst case, if the property is only occupied for 60% of the time in a year, is roughly 20,000 for a 3-bedroom house, roughly. Then you can look at that and say, okay, versus a buy to let of that property. If I let that property say £1,000 a month, in a year it's 12,000. But for this, my worst case for my service accommodation is 20,000. Note, this is not gross profit, net profit. This is your gross income. And you must work at things like this. So you now say, okay, what will it cost to run my business? And you project this. And you get things like cleaning, you outsource it, you've got electricity and gas, which you don't pay for your tenant if you have a tenant. You have business insurance and licenses to pay. You have laundry, you outsource it. You have, in some cases, you have property manager. Depends on how many properties you get. If you get into property investment, you now understand that you don't want to create a job outside your job. You want to create an investment. So you then look at, okay, property manager, part-time, you work at factors. All of these are factors of experience. So don't take anything there. It doesn't work like that. Then you pay, if your property is on mortgage, you look at, okay, how much you're paying for mortgage, council tax. All of this you do before you even buy the property. So all of these numbers will be projected. Then you'll be looking at building maintenance, which you have to have already, because for service accommodation, if you have a plumbing work overnight, your tenant is staying there, or your boiler breaks down, they're paying for nightly rate. So you need to be able to respond as soon as possible. So that means you have these guys on standby. So you're paying a premium to have them on standby. So you have that, you have things like consumables. You're spending a lot on consumables. So you work at your total expense. You made 20,000 on worst case, you pay this, or best case, and you pay this. Then now you look at, okay, projection at 80%, at 70%, and at 60%. You look at, okay, what are the various profit annually or monthly on that property? Then you can look at it to compare to buy to let, because what you see in there, you're seeing big number, but at the end of the day, how much comes to you? It's not how much you generate, it's how much that comes to you. That's where some people look at it and say, I'll just stick to buy to let. I put a tenant, takes my hands off. I'm not stressing myself on it. So you look at all those things before you say, okay, my exit plan for this property may be buy to let. And worst case, okay, I will just go for service accommodation 6 months. If I don't like it, I downgrade it to buy to let. So you have various exit property strategy. Then you set your goal, specific and measurable goal. You all know about the SMART stuff. Next, please. Then now, what do you do next? You need to secure the property, and that's option A for many people. or for me to advise would be buy your property directly and use it for essay. If you have the money to do that, buy it. Takes away that pressure. But if you can't buy, then you consider the rent to service accommodation we talked about, which is the R2 essay. So you rent, and in most cases, 3 to 5 years will be for you to start seeing return because you put in money to get the property set up, and you get your property set up. When you're contacting a landlord, just be careful how you negotiate, because the way you negotiate depends on whether you get response. Where can you find landlords that are willing to let you use their property? The most common place is open rent. If you go to most house letting agent, they'll tell you no. They won't even ask the landlord. They'll tell you no. So if you want to meet some landlord directly, open rent is the best place to go. Then legals and compliance. This is very important for us. I talked about specialist mortgage earlier, and this is very important. Whether you're doing the rent to service accommodation or you're doing your buy to service accommodation, you must get a specialist mortgage for it if you don't own the property or you want to refinance it. Then you must seek planning permission in advance. Majority of the time, if your property meets certain criteria, they'll tell you you don't need planning permission because your property is not obstructing other stuff. There are reasons why. I know to a level what property would need, but I can't guide you on that because I'm not an expert on it. So I will always advise you, signpost you to the council because they have the requirement. Meet the council. Do I need planning permission to use this property as a service accommodation? Be specific, or short-term let. They will come back to you to let you know. In some cases, they may tell you to do certain things, or they say, oh, fence the property or create emergency exit at social place. They'll just tell you certain things to do. When you do that, you don't need planning permission. But for some, they'll tell you to apply for planning permission because irrespective of what you do, the property needs to be permitted to be used for that. So before you go sign up somebody's property for rent to service accommodation, check, because you will pay dearly if you don't. Safety insurance is another thing. It's important to cover your property properly. If you don't tell your insurer what you're using the property for, if there's any issue with that property, you're not covered. You will bear the cost. And service accommodation is high risk because over the time we've had in Aberdeen, some kids will just book your property and use it to also as party. Even when you specifically mention there's no party. And so they do as party, and you come the next day, they smash your stuff. They've done that. And you realize that these are kids. So by legal compliance, you're not supposed to lease it to them. But because you didn't see who was leasing, they've taken their parents' ID to do a transaction. You don't know who's doing it. Insure your property. That is the bottom line. Safety requirements. When you're now applying for your license, even as a landlord these days, you still need to meet the safety requirements. So you look at fire risk assessment. In some cases, the fire brigade will come or the fire service will come, take an inspection of your property to see if your fire safety risk assessment is up to date, your gas check certificate, your part certificate, even your EICR, which is your electrical installation certificate or regulation certificate is required. Then you check whether for business rate or council tax. Like I said before, some property may benefit you to apply for business rate rather than council tax for your property. But for some, it may just be best you do council tax. At least that cost you can manage. Then shortlist license. In Scotland, you now require a license since 2022 to operate a service accommodation. So after you've done that, you apply for license. It takes between 4 to 6 weeks to get your license. So you get your property ready, but you won't be able to use it until you get your license. So all of this you take into account when you're doing rent to service accommodation, because the length of time your property is not yielding anything is long, 3 months and more. Then types of licenses that are out there. And this I took from Aberdeen City Council website. So there are 4 types of license they grant in Aberdeen area and in Scotland in general. So the most common license is for secondary letting. That is if you're using your property as an investment, you're not letting your house, you're not using part of your home for service accommodation. What I didn't say earlier is you can use your home for service accommodation. You can use a bedroom in your house, or you can use your home if you're the type that travels a lot. So I know someone that works offshore, 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off. So he just blocks whenever it's on and use the whenever it's off for all that. So if you're using part of your home for service accommodation, then you need home letting license. Then if you're staying in the home while using it, then you use home sharing. But if you're doing that together, maybe you are around, you're using it, and when you travel, you let out the one you're staying, then you need the home letting and home sharing license. So these 4 licenses are there, but the secondary license is common for many people if you're using it for investment. And yeah, the next one, I'll rush through now. I think, so how do you set up a property? Furnishing is one thing. It's very important you invest in durable furnitures, because not everybody who pay nightly rate will look after your property like their own. Some people don't care. You may come back the next day, your sofa leg is broken, or sometimes you may notice someone has knocked down your TV. So invest in durable furnitures and stuff, and set it in a way that it will look appealing. This is one of our property for service accommodation. You have to make it look appealing so that whoever sees the photo may get interested enough to want to book your accommodation, and try from the day you set the photo that you maintain your property, it doesn't deteriorate and start looking different from your photos. We see that a lot. People will come, they'll say, oh, what they had in mind when they booked it is different from what it is. So you must maintain the standard. Equipping your property. So things like Wi-Fi is only provided. Fully functioning kitchen. In many cases, people will ask you for things you don't even use at home in your kitchen. So you must provide that. People will ask you for electronics wine opener, the type that they just put the wine, it opens it. Maybe you don't have that at home. So invest in things that gives extra value. Consumables, you use that a lot. You have cleaning supplies, toiletry, fresh beddings, and towels. Automation, this is another thing to look at. So you advertising your property across various platforms, then you need what we call channel manager. So these are software that put your advert across various platforms like booking.com, Airbnb, and the rest. And they help you make sure you don't get double booking. If you don't use them, you'll be in serious trouble, because you've advertised in various places and somebody may just at the same time. We've had that experience before. Within a space of few minutes, they booked our property in Airbnb, the same period, booked it on booking.com, the same period. So you are obligated by those platforms to provide the accommodation to those people who have booked it. Because before it comes to you, they've paid for it. So if you're not telling them no, you're initiating refund policy. So they will penalize you. You get serious penalty for not providing the accommodation when they've booked it. To avoid double booking and so many other issues, you use things like channel manager. That means the minute booking enters on booking.com, it blocks it on Airbnb. Even when somebody was just about to press pay, the minute they pray, so the property is no longer available. It stops them from booking. Because if you don't do that, you'll be in trouble. You get financial penalties, and they can even suspend your listing for a few days if it happens frequently. So invest in things like that. The next, please. How are we doing with time? Okay. Okay. 1 minute. Well, I can't. I'm happy to say. Okay. So marketing and management. When you've got your property set up, your listing strategy, you create compelling, like I said before. You also try to sell your location. Wherever your property is located, try to sell things around it. Oh, your property is near the beach. Oh, the building, you've got Codonas, you've got the beach retail center. You've got so many things. Your property is near ARI. You've got so many things you want to sell. Oh, there's a bus stop 2 minutes away. Things you can say about your location helps your property becomes very attractive. Pricing strategy, you use tools to adjust this. This comes from experience. You get it wrong most of the time. But if you use things like dynamic pricing, some of these OTAs, we call them online travel agents. They are things the likes of Airbnb, Booking.com, Vrbo. They have dynamic pricing. So they look at the trend. Maybe there's one serious artist coming to Aberdeen, maybe a Tekka Center, and all the hotels around are booked. And your property will become in demand. So they will automatically boost your price up so that you can make more. So it's dynamic pricing. And if everything else around is low and your property is so high that you're not getting booking, it drops the price for you. It's dynamic pricing. Operational power team. This comes with years of operating. You need to arrange reliable cleaners, reliable laundry service, and reliable property manager, people you can call and respond. If your cleaner does not show up, you have a guest checking at 11 o'clock, another one coming 4 o'clock, and your cleaner does not show up, you are out of town, nobody to help you clean, your property cannot be occupied that day because no guest will come to a property that is not clean. So you must have a backup for your power team. Then property managers, this I will advise you, if you're new to service accommodation, get a property manager. A property manager may be a property, someone who is into SA. Our business offer that services, so let me advertise a bit. So if you need that, then you approach, we can see how we can help, but it comes at a fee. So in Airbnb, you can get things like Airbnb co-host. They run it for you, but they'll also charge you a percentage of your income. So if you're going into it, it's more like somebody holding your hand for the first few periods. I think we're almost done. Next triplet. So essential daily operations, things to look at. For this business, reviews is what keeps your business going. And reviews come very quickly. Some guests may be very unrealistic. So you know, no matter what you do, you're getting a bad review from them. Why there are some people that you've gone over and beyond for, they will definitely come back with good review. So you try your best to meet the common things, guest communication, as much as possible, respond within a specific time. So you must be ready to respond. Cleaning and laundry, make sure your property has a team of cleaners and you do your laundry well. Maintenance, your quick response to maintenance issues, especially in winter, if there's heating issues, you need to respond. If there's lack of electricity or so on, respond. Check-in procedure, you can do any. You can use key safe boxes near the door, or for us, we use a Wi-Fi enabled digital check-in. So we send code to the guests so they enter. It's easier for me. Marketing and booking management. So you list your property on various platforms using the channel manager. And the last thing, follow up on guest experience. So try to provide them complimentary services. Sometimes you put biscuits, you put tea bags, you put stuff. These are not things they pay for. You set it up that when they come after a stressful day, they have cereals, small packs of cereals, not like they arrive midnight and the next morning they're looking for breakfast. So you do this complimentary service to improve guest experience. I think that's the last slide. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you. So, yeah. So,
So we have the panel at the end. Yeah.
thank you.
Let's get on. Thank you so much, Mr. Nwokwe. Is a round of applause for him. Yes, so we have been talking about serviced accommodations, and I was just looking to see how many people are engaging. I know you're probably looking around the room and thinking, I checked and there's over 1,000 people online besides the people that are on our Zoom church link. So over 30 and rising. So clearly a lot of people are interested in property and financial independence. But I know we've been sitting for a while and Mr. Nwokolo showed us a lot of figures. So if you're like me that managed to scrape past SCC WAEC math, I got an A, but it was a bloody A. So if you bog very easily when there's a lot of information, so you're like me. We're going to take a second before our next speaker comes up. Can we all just get up so that we can stretch for a bit? Find 3 people whose name you don't already know and say hello and introduce yourself and ask them anything that is not financial. So don't ask them about their bank balance. Don't ask them about ISAs. Just say hello. Three people you don't know, introduce yourself. If you're online, I can't really help you with that, but you can unmute and introduce yourself online as well. Say hello to someone you've not seen in a while. I know some people are joining us from Lagos, Ghana, maybe. Some people are joining from Glasgow. We haven't seen you in a while. Please unmute yourself and say hello to someone. So whilst you're saying hello, please walk to the back, grab something warm to drink and something to eat, and then let's come and settle back down for our second session. Okay? Grab something to eat and drink. Grab something to eat and drink. If you're online, I can't help you with that. Maybe it's a good time to take a quick stretch, go to the kitchen, quick bathroom break, grab your own cup of coffee at home and join us, okay? Yes, so let's start settling back in. Let's start coming and taking our seats. Yeah, we'll do some, it will take like. Okay. Finally. I've been waiting. Is it sorted? Can I take that phone call? Well, I just want to. You have to go back. Yes. Then you get the laundry. How big for that is? Yeah, why about that?
If we try to get them by 7:30, so
They need to yeah, I will leave that right. She know what she's got. What's up, my friend? She said, they should go to the all right.
but just as long as that's not available. Yeah, so my office. I don't go anymore. Yeah, so apart from but so that's it. We did it. I mean, you both.
It was a year's contract, so the contract is up. Yeah. Hello, can we start making a beeline back to our seats, please? Let's start making it back to our seats. You can come with the food, you can come with your, just come, settle down so that we can proceed with the program. The Bible says, man shall not live by bread alone. So come and settle down with your bread so that we can move forward.
So there, once door is locked, they are inside, they are all inside.
I just thought I should have been, I want to show you stores.
They know where she's going. Are you ready? Yeah, let's go. They are all of them actually sneaking to have some.
See, I've got some people into their seats. I see, I've got some people into them. Please, we are proceeding with the program. Can we settle into our seats, please? Please, can we settle into our seats? Our online brethren are waiting patiently so we can move forward with the program. I know you say Onyi, but a lot of Onyinye's I know just say Onyi. Yes, it's easier to. How do you pronounce your surname?
Ibeke.
Ibeke. It's like I need to get it right. It's anybody. You'll be wrong to be criminal. You're not number from where? Aguata, from Neri. Okay. Neri South. The not very shiny part of Neri. When you say Nnewi, people think, the big markets. No, that's Nnewi North. The Nnewi town is Nnewi North. You reach there, then you turn right and now enter bush. And for that place. No, there's Nnewi North, Nnewi South. The town that people know is Nnewi North. So you now go down, turn right at what's that woman's name again? From there, the journey begins to the village. But it's nice to finally meet you in person. Connected on LinkedIn. I use my Nkari Kachamaka Lishu on LinkedIn. I use my full name. So that's Nkari Kachamaka Lishu or Chamaka Nkari Kalishu on LinkedIn. But my surname is there. But there are a couple of villagers, but I don't think it's popular surname. By the by the powers, should I say, assigned to me, we have to move the program forward. I would really like us to please have our seats, please. Don't worry, seats, I'll call you. Please, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Please, let's take our seats. The program is continuing. Let's take our seats. Yeah. So we are firing on because of our time. And we already have our next speaker here ready to go and fire on. I was going to run through a couple of things because of those that joined us late. Because of our time, our second speaker will go and then we'll do that together at the end of her presentation. So I am going to very quickly call on stage Mrs. Onyi Ibeke, have I got it right? To take the second part of our session on financing property deals, mortgages, criteria, and structuring wisely. Please, with a round of applause, can we welcome her? I can't hear you. Louder, louder. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, I want us to really give another round of applause to our brother Victor, because there was no gatekeeping. I've attended a lot of these kind of sessions, and you find that they usually just give you a tip so that you come back for more, but he was very open. So thank you very much. Without wasting any more time, let's just go into it. I know a lot of people are probably wanting to listen to this part of the session today. So we've prepared something. The truth is there's so much to cover when it comes to mortgages or protection. And we can't possibly cover it all here. But what I've tried to do is go into the basics that would give you a good idea, whether you're looking to buy for yourself, to get your first home, or you're looking to rent as a landlord. So please. While that one is coming up, while we're reading that, I'll quickly introduce myself properly now. So I'm Oni. I am Mrs., so I'm married. Like most of you, I came here. I wasn't born here. I came here. In my own case, I like to say I was scammed into coming into the UK because my husband came for his master's and I was in Nigeria then. And he said, baby, don't worry, I'll come back before you know it. And 12 years later, here we are. So he studied his master's, worked for a bit, and then started his PhD, and I came to join him. And 3 children down the line were here. But also, like many of you, if you have your own home, you know that the journey usually isn't easy. The first time you try and get your own property, you probably will get a lot of stories. In our own case, when we tried to apply for a mortgage, there were so many no's, and it wasn't until I started studying to be a mortgage advisor that I realized, hang on a minute, so I could have gotten this thing years back. So My background is in finance. God was very faithful to me when I came to the UK. That same month, I got a job at the bank. So I started in the Bank of Scotland as a customer service advisor, and then moved on to TSB as those people that open current and savings accounts, and then became a mortgage advisor. I was self-employed, and then went back to the bank as a financial advisor, studying to be a fully fledged financial advisor. So my whole career in the UK in the past nearly 12 years has been finance related. So hopefully I'll have a few nuggets to share with you today. Most mortgages, once you go into anything mortgage, you always find this disclaimer. And that is because it is a heavily regulated sector. There's been a lot of bad press in the past about the way banks lent money, and there was a big financial crisis in '98 that affected so many families. So the Financial Conduct Authority has made it compulsory that we always remind people that a mortgage is a loan, but it's a secured loan, meaning that, yes, you're getting keys to this house. We're giving you this loan to get your house. If you don't pay, we're going to take your house to pay up. So that's the summary of that disclosure. It's really important, but I believe that we're all responsible people here, so we won't have that problem. And by God's grace, life will not happen that will make us have that problem. Next, please. So what we've prepared today under mortgages is really to focus on residential mortgage, which is you getting a mortgage for yourself and your family to live in. Buy to let can also be called residential because you're renting it out, but in the case of buy to let, you're not staying in it. Some people have to convert their own residential homes to buy to let. That's another ballgame entirely. But we're going to focus on residential and buy to let, and we'll look at some of the criteria around it. Next, please. So I was thinking, what would people really like to know? And I guess the best place to start from is, what do we do when we want to get a mortgage? What are some of the things that we need to do? And this stems from both personal experience, from the experience of having dealt with a number of people who want to get their own properties. So these steps are for those wanting to get their own homes and they need a mortgage together, because you can actually pay cash outright. If you're so blessed, you can pay. And I have seen people actually phone from Nigeria wanting to come and study or work that want to pay cash. You don't need a mortgage if you want to pay cash outright. You just need a solicitor. But if you're planning to get a mortgage, then these are some of the steps. First and foremost, you need to think about your credit score. That is really important, because some people say, I don't have any credits. I don't like credit. I don't borrow. Chances are you might struggle to get a mortgage. So what you think based on your upbringing, because for us growing up back home, we're brought up to say, if you can't afford it, don't borrow. But the UK is a system that relies heavily on credit to make the economic cycle just keep going round and round. So as a lender, now let's put ourselves in the lender's position. If you were the lender, you were the CEO of whatever bank, say Bank of Scotland, for lack of a better example, will you be comfortable giving someone 100,000, 50,000 when you don't have any background knowledge of how they've spent and handled £100? You won't. You want to be able to see evidence that this person is responsible. And yes, fair enough. You don't borrow because you try and live within your means. But for them, it's a risk for them, because you're then going to handle this debt if anything happens. So one easy way to keep an eye on your credit score is to get some of these free accounts. And some of them are really good in telling you, making suggestions on what you can do to build up your credit profile. Something like registering on the electoral roll is a free, easy way to start building up your credit profile. I remember when I first came to join my husband, he was a student, he was studying for his PhD, and we had the opportunity to get a student account. And one of the advantages of a student account is that you can get an overdraft, a student overdraft, and I think it was interest-free for the period while you're a student. So And you know that when you're a student, every penny counts. And if you're self-funded, then every single penny really, really counts. So I was, even though I'd worked in the bank for a few months at that time, I was so reluctant to get 250 pounds overdraft myself because I was like, it went against everything I was brought up to know and value. And yeah, it took me weeks to eventually get that 250 pounds. But I'm glad I did because that then started helping me create a credit record. And what I will say is I'm not encouraging irresponsible behavior by saying get credit, because credit, there's good credits and there's bad credits, and it all boils down to how we handle credit. Can anybody tell us what they think good credit looks like? Yes, please.
Credit spent making money, not on consumables.
Thank you very much. Any other examples? Okay, so we all, yes, please.
Okay, mine is like, for example, building credit score. Instead of using my cash, I use my credit account, but I have the money in my account. So at the end of the month, I make sure I pay it. So it's not like I'm borrowing it, but I'm just building my credit score.
Thank you very much. Fantastic. They've given two brilliant examples. Any other idea or example different? Did you want to say something? Okay, so we have two examples, good credit. The first one basically saying, you know what, I can borrow to build wealth. And that's a good example because that is what this mortgage is. You're borrowing to invest. The other person says, I want to build my credit profile. So how do I do that? Rather than doing my daily shop with my cash, I will maybe do it on my credit card and pay back my credit card in full at the end of the month or even before the month ends. So I'm glad we gave those examples because those are real life examples. So the way we handle credit is really important because it can make or mar our credit history. Okay, any example of a bad credit, or can we then infer from the examples given that, okay, I think I have an idea what bad credit is? Some people might disagree. Life is for the living. Let's just use it. Next of kin will pay the basic.
Yeah, but credit card for a holiday is not bad credit.
If you can pay off in full.
Yeah.
But I get what you mean
it's more advisable to use your credit card for holiday and for websites you're not sure of than to use your debit card. Yes, credit card is a borrowed money. So if they scam you out of it, it's not affecting you directly. Yeah, so yeah.
There's someone behind, sister.
I'm not sure whether this is a bad credit, but like you've borrowed money and then paying it over a very long time, like you are stretched beyond the time that you were given.
Okay. Yes, so bad, sorry.
I wanted to say overusing buy now, pay later scheme.
Okay, thank you all very much. Let's break this down. So yes, some of these schemes can be very tempting. Remember, the spirit behind what we're saying is, how do you use it? And that's why when Dr. Yakubu gave his example, I sort of concurred with him, because do you really have to go on that holiday if you can't afford it? If you can afford the holiday, that means you can pay it off in full before that month cycle. You're not spreading the payment. Then fine, go for it. So it still links to what we were brought up with. If you can afford it, go for it. If you can't, why? You don't have to borrow to live a lavish life. You don't have to borrow to have an experience or wear designers or whatever. Some of these buy now, pay later schemes help. So for example, I have an exam and it's an exam that will better my life tomorrow, but I don't have the cash. I can't afford it based on my income just now. Will that be classed as good or bad credit if I went for a buy now, pay later scheme? So I think we all know what good credit looks like. It depends on it, and you have to keep an eye on it. So that's where your example comes in. If you're maybe using a credit card that is interest-free, and then some of them will offer something as low as 1 month interest-free or 3 months. Some of them can offer 2 years, even 3 years. The main thing is interest-free is great because it means you're borrowing money at no cost to you. But you need to keep an eye, because if you have an interest-free credit card of 5,000, 10,000, all of a sudden 3 years might not be that long, and you have a debt outstanding that then starts accumulating interest, and it just becomes messy, because how will you pay off that money? No matter how much you pay, you find that the interest, first of all, eats up maybe half of what you've paid, sometimes even more. So we need to keep an eye on it. So back to credit score. You need to keep an eye on your credit score. And there's so many things that can affect your credit score. Some people might be utility bill. They were renting a place before, they moved out, they didn't realize that they were still paying, or they were meant to put somewhere else, and there was no communication, or they ignored whatever communication was sent. Believe it or not, I had a conversation with someone last week about this, and it's affected them. Some of these things can stay on your credit profile for 6 years, and some of the lenders will not even want to touch the case at all. So it's important that we have access to some of these free websites that can give us details about our credit scores. And we need to be responsible, take ownership. If you see anything on your report that you don't agree with, you can challenge it. Again, I know that our upbringing is not usually one of challenging things, but if you've lived long enough in this country, you realize that if you don't challenge things, things will happen to you that weren't meant to happen to you. So challenge some of these things. If they've put a report that shouldn't be there, or you already had a conversation and they said we're going to resolve it and they didn't, you need to go back to them to take it off your credit, because it's not going to affect them. It's going to affect you in your journey to get a mortgage. Okay. So if you've got debt, whether it's a good debt or a bad debt, and you want to get a mortgage, a key thing with mortgage application is it affordable for this person? Remember how I explained that the banks usually want to see and make sure that regulation-wise, they don't get in trouble. And part of their responsibility as lenders is to make sure that, they're lending responsibly, which means they've checked to make sure it is affordable to you. If you have a lot of debt, it can affect that affordability assessment, because they're going to, first of all, count that debt as your outgoing to see if you can then afford, after paying all these debts, will this person be able to afford to pay us a mortgage? So keep an eye on your debts. Make sure you reduce them. Start from any debt that you pay interest on. The highest paying interest one, clear them off as much as you can. Then, yes, you need to clear off your zero interest. Anyone that is zero interest is not still free money, because that interest period will end at some point. So you want to be in a position where you're as debt-free as possible before engaging in a mortgage. I put this as window shop, but what I really mean is, from experience, again, a lot of people get excited and they go and start viewing properties. And then what happens most of the time, you fall in love with a property, but you've not covered all the other steps that you're supposed to do. And then you get to this point and you realize that the property that you fell in love with, you can't afford it. You can't get a mortgage for it. The reason why I put window shopping here, even though it should probably be somewhere down the line, is because you want to get an idea what kind of houses are out there, what the prices are like. You want to start to sort of put your thinking hat on. Sometimes when you're even online on websites like ASPC, there's a mortgage calculator at the bottom that gives you a rough idea how much you would pay monthly. Now, they're not oftentimes correct, because again, your mortgage application is subject to your individual circumstance, but it just gives you a rough idea what the cost could be. So it's important that you window shop, but don't go and start physically viewing properties and getting all excited only to be heartbroken when you get to the decision in principle stage. When you window shop, that will help you plan and budget because you have an idea what kind of property you want. You've done the mortgage calculator, if possible, online. You have a rough idea how much it will cost. You've looked at your expenses and your income and you think, okay, I think I can afford this. You start to plan, how do you build your savings? This part is also key because it's one of the things you would need to show an evidence when you want to submit or your broker wants to submit the application for you. But there are different ways that we can build up savings. A lot of people, a lot of the time, when they want to get a mortgage, wait until the point where they think, this is something I want to do next month, in 3 months. But for me, I would say that is probably leaving it a bit too late. You're not giving yourself enough wiggle room to plan properly and, not put yourself in times it can be mentally stressful. If you want to get a mortgage, I would recommend at least 12 months. Give yourself 12 months. Building your deposit can be normal savings. There's something called the lifetime ISA. There are criteria to qualify for the lifetime ISA, but basically, the lifetime ISA is a scheme that the government has set up to encourage first-time buyers and people who are planning to retire. So in this case, we're looking at lifetime ISA because we want to buy our first home. It's got nothing to do with your restriction on visa. Anybody can get a lifetime ISA as long as you're UK resident. The beauty I can't speak enough about lifetime ISA because the beauty of the lifetime ISA is that you get government, I call it free money. If you put in money, say £100, the government will top that up by 25%. That's how much? In fact, yes, £25. So when I found out about the lifetime ISA and we were about to buy our house, I got myself and my husband to get the lifetime ISA account. And I tried it as a typical Nigerian. I put small money and I say, wow. And this one is different from, there was another ISA account that the government had helped to buy that you get the money at the end when you're about to do your money. Me, I'm an Igbo girl. I like it sharp. So I put the money before I knew what was going on. Month end, they put the 25%. Wow. I went to overdraft to Mona Noves and took the money to and put. Wow. Hey. So lifetime ISA, I'm not encouraging you, don't go and use your overdraft unless you can pay it back. But my point is, it was an easy way for two of us to build up our deposits. Some people can do a job. And this is where I wish as a community we can, because this is something that the Asians do a lot. As a community, we can build each other up, build our wealth together without incurring so much debt and making life even harder. But Ajo is one of them. Having said that, we need to be careful because the UK system doesn't really understand Ajo. And in trying to protect people, because even within us and amongst us, we know that some people have bad experiences with Ajo where people run away with your money. So if your source of deposit is from Ajo, you need to make sure that you're the last person that collects. Why? Because when you come to your mortgage application stage, they're going to ask you, how did you build up your deposit? If you say it's a savings scheme, whatever you call it, that person is going to want to know, so are you going to pay these people back? That is why I've recommended you have to be the last person. I'll come to questions, but sorry, let me just finish. Because if you're the first person or you're in the middle of that contribution line, they're not going to be comfortable going to the lender to say, because remember, we already said lenders are going to look at your commitments, your credit cards, your debts, whatever so they're going to factor in that Ajo as a commitment. And that's not really going to put you in a good stand for that mortgage application. So Ajo is a good way. Saving on your own is a good. Some people, like my husband, doesn't even believe in Ajo because he doesn't want stories at touch. So if you want to save up yourself, fine. If you want to do a job, please make sure you're the last person. Why? So that you can easily prove that these people have all collected. You're not going to pay anybody back. Some people get gifts, what we call gifted deposit. Now, with gifted deposit, lenders are a bit fussy. Most lenders only want gifts from family. Some people will only say direct siblings or parents. They don't even want cousins or any other extended family. So we need to be careful. The key thing with gifts, and I found this a lot when I was self-employed mortgage advisor. Sometimes our people don't tell you the full story. And it's just like a lawyer and the client's case where you have to be plain and open with your lawyer if you want to get the best outcome. It's the same thing with the mortgage advisor. If you want the best outcome, you need to be open with the mortgage advisor. If you get a gift from a friend and you tell your mortgage advisor it's family, it won't add up, because we're going to ask whoever has gifted you to first of all write a letter to say, this is a gift and you're not going to pay us back, and we're not going to have any interest in that property. Because again, the spirit behind it is this lender wants to borrow your money to buy your home. They don't want any third party coming back tomorrow to say, I contributed to this property, so I want a share of it. No. So they want everything to be plain and open. If you're getting a gift from friends, that's going to be hard to explain to the lender. I know that as Christians, sometimes we can be led to gift to people. But this country, they don't really understand that kind of, if I've seen parents loan money to their kids for their mortgages, not to talk of friends. So they'll keep asking you, why? Why are you gifting that money? What does this person do? So we need to be careful the source of our deposit. Okay, Ajo, Ajo, Susu, they call it different names, but it's like thrift collection, where a group of people come together to say, you know what, let us save money together. We'll take turns, we'll pull the money together and take turns getting the money. So for example, the easiest description I'll give is we have 12 months in a year. So 12 people can come together to say, they want to pull money together. They'll define how much exactly they want pulled together. If it's £100 a month, each person brings £100 a month. At the end of each month, whether a draw is taken to decide who takes the money first, but there's a list of who takes the money first, second, up to the 12th person. Most of the people that do these kind of things will usually go with trusted people that they know. Some people even go as far as having a legal agreement. I know that there was someone I did a mortgage application for based in London who they had this sort of thrift collection agreement legally signed by each person and all that, which is, you want security for your money, so you can understand. But I hope that explains it.
Union, sorry. Informal credit union. There's a body in Aberdeen called the Grampian Credit Union. So you can do a one-man adjo. So you contribute, they audit for you. You say after 12 months, I'll collect it. So it's similar to that, but informal.
That was how the credit union actually started. And most of these building societies started like that. And there's what we call the friendly community, or friendly, I can't remember, friendly something. But a lot of time has passed, and so Gen Zs that are operating in the bank now don't understand when you start saying, but if you say it's a thrift collection, then they know. Yes.
So one of my friend wanted to get a mortgage, and one of his way to build up his deposit was through Ajo. But they, what is thrift? Okay, sorry. So one of the ways he wants to build up his deposit was through the thrift option, right? Unfortunately, when he presented that to the mortgage advisor, they declined it because they said he was supposed to collect the money, not from the coordinator of the Ajo, of the thrift, but each individual supposed to be the ones to send the money to his account, not the coordinator of the thrift sending the bulk of the money, so they declined it.
Lenders vary in their criteria, and sometimes some of these lenders, it depends on. That is why I always recommend people go through mortgage brokers, because if you go directly to your bank, for example, your bank, the mortgage advisor might be a qualified mortgage advisor, but not a graduate, for example. So their interpretation of what the rules are, you are at their mercy. It is whatever they understand the rule is that they will take it as, and they are the ones dealing with your application. If you go through a broker, the broker has access to many lenders. So they would most likely look for a lender that would accept, whose criteria would accept that kind of thrift collection. So unfortunate that your friend had that rejection, but if I had gone through a broker, then it's that broker's responsibility to then look for someone else. Initially, they would have looked for a lender that would accept it anyway. But sometimes some of this happen where, yes, they've said it in their criteria, whatever, and you go to them and they still reject it. But then the broker goes back and looks for someone else. Yes. So another thing to do when you're getting ready for a mortgage is to think about, a lot of the time, we're only worried about, I need a deposit. But there are so many other costs that you need to factor in, like stamp duty. For example, our brother gave the example in Scotland, it's LBTT that we call it, solicitors' fees. Sometimes if you're going for a flat or some of these new build areas, there are additional charges that you might need to pay, communal charges to cut the grass or whatever, if it's a flat to clean the communal areas. So you need to factor in additional cost. Sometimes the additional cost might not even be at that initial stage where you're having to pay for solicitors fee and all that, but maybe 1 month down the line, after moving into the property and celebrating with everyone, the boiler breaks down, which is something that is actually key, that when you actually start going, so after you've gotten a decision in principle and you start viewing, I'll get to that part. Let me not let the cat out of the bag. But yes, factor in additional costs for the property. And some of these costs you can find when you do your research online anyway. Then you need to make sure you have the documents required. That's the reason why I said give yourself 12 months. So even if you had done a job and you've collected it 12 months prior, I'm not saying month 13 you go and apply, because sometimes when we're looking at your bank statements, we might need to even look 6 months behind. And sometimes if we're not still happy with what we've seen or it doesn't add up, we might ask for 12 months bank statements. So if you give yourself enough time, you might be buying more time and giving yourself a favor rather than disfavor. So prepare required documents. Now, sometimes, I think I missed one part in building the deposit. Sometimes some people have savings and their children have savings. And then they find a property that everybody loves, because some people get the kids involved in the house hunt. But unfortunately, their deposit is not enough. And then they remember, oh, the kids have and this, sometimes our children are richer than us. The kids have money. And they now decide to use the kids' deposit. Not all lenders will accept that, which is another key reason why you need to go through a broker, because they will be able to find a lender that will accept it. But if you're preparing your documents, and you're going to use your kids' bank statements, you need to have that ready. Part of the things that can delay your mortgage application is when you don't have the right documentation, and then there's a lot of back and forth between the lender and yourself, and maybe you're at work before you get time to read your emails. You want an application that I've seen applications that are approved same day. Why? Because of the level of preparation. So when you have all your ducks in a row as much as you can, that just makes the process really seamless. And if your mortgage broker is charging a fee, the more complicated or the more work you let them do, the more they will charge you in fee. Some of the brokers structure it in a way that, and it's only fair enough, which is the reason why if you go to the likes of First Mortgage, they don't charge a fee, but you pay for what you get, which is you might not get the service that you want. And then it will be time for you to get a decision in principle. Make sure that you've done most of these things before you get here, because by the time you start viewing property, so if you go, got here and got all excited and you were looking on ASPC and you say, it's near my house. Let's quickly go and look at it. And you fall in love with the property and you ignore all of these steps. And you get to this point, you might be heartbroken or even get to this point. So it's important that you take these steps in the right order. But what does decision in principle do? Some agents will not even let you view a property. This is not really common in Scotland. In England, most agents won't let you view a property if you don't have a decision in principle, because that is what tells them how far you've gone in the process, how ready you are, or that any lender is willing to give you anything at all. So the decision in principle is the bank saying, okay, based on the information you've given us so far, we may be able to lend you XYZ amount. When you have this, that's when you can go and physically view a property. Why? Because we don't want heartbreak. I have spoken to so many people that have gone to view first and then go and get a decision in principle. Some of them have even told the owner of the property, don't worry, we'll get it. I have a mortgage broker. But then the decision in principle says, no, you can't get it. You can get something cheaper, but not that one. So decision in principle tells you how much the bank is willing to lend you. It's not a guarantee because they will always say it's subject to application. There are other more detailed questions that when it comes to time for application, the lenders will ask. But oftentimes, it's a good place to start because most times you will get it. Okay, next, please. What documents do you need to prepare? You would definitely need your ID and V, that's identification. So your passport, driving license, whatever. If you're on a visa, I think there's a share code that you get these days. They will need that as well. You're working, you will need your pay slips. If you're a contractor or you're self-employed, you're going to need P60, all those details. You need SA302 for the self-employed. You need all of those things. The banks need to know that there is a source of income and this mortgage is affordable to you. The credit report is something that your mortgage broker would need, not necessarily the lenders, because the lenders will search. But the credit report, a good broker will always ask for your credit reports quite early on in the process, actually, so that there's a lot of time wasting that is deleted. Sometimes you might go through all that process only to see that there's a credit something stuck somewhere that you can't get it. So this is one of the first things that the mortgage advisor would ask for, your credit report. So you need to have that handy. And then you need your bank statements. This is something that trips a lot of people up, the bank statements, because some of the details in our bank statements can get us in trouble. When you make a reference and you say maybe loan. What loan? Do we need to add that to affordability? So you need to be conscious of the references that you make when you're making transactions on your bank statements. Very important. The bank statements that you show also when we ask for bank statements, what we want to see is, you told us that you earn XYZ. Show us payslip so we can see it. Show us bank statements so that we can see that money coming in too. That is the spirit behind it. So you need to make sure that you have bank statements that show these things. You told us that you have saved up some money for your deposit. Where is it? We need to have that. Again, if you have all these things handy, it makes your application process quicker. Next, please. So I thought I would just give an example of the most frequently asked question that most foreign nationals ask. And when I say foreign national, anyone who is not settled, anybody will come. If you be like me, we be say, you know, before locum, you come, you be foreign national. If you come, but then you're naturalized, so you've got your citizenship, or you're settled, then you won't be classed as. But I'll try and stay out of the weeds. The main thing is, most foreign nationals who are not settled, so you don't have your indefinite leave to remain and you're not a citizen, they always want to know, how much deposit do I need? How can I get this mortgage? That is the most frequently asked question. In our case, I was telling you about our story when me and my husband wanted to apply. Even though I was working in the bank, and I spoke with the mortgage advisors in the bank, But they told me what that bank could offer. Bank of Scotland and TSB. They can only tell you what Bank of Scotland cannot tell you what Santander is offering. They will tell you what they are offering, for example. So I was left at the mercy of what they could offer. But funny enough, Bank of Scotland, Lloyd's Bank, and Halifax are sister companies. And if you ask most foreign nationals whether they are now citizens or not, you find that most of them got their mortgages through Halifax. But the Bank of Scotland was telling us that we need at least 20% deposit. I can tell you, as at today, if you're a foreign national, so you're on a visa with 5% deposit, sometimes you might hear it as 95% loan to value. With a 5% deposit, if you've met any of these criteria, have you lived in the UK for 5 years or more? Or do you have your permanent right to reside? Or do you have an income as an individual, just you applying for that mortgage, your income is £50,000? Or if it's a joint application, so you and your spouse, you have an income of 70,000 jointly. You just need 5%. That's all you need. A lot of people don't realize that, okay, I don't have permanent right to reside, and my income is not that. Which is the reality is, how many people earn up to 50,000? Not many people. Not many British people even. So a lot of people are stuck here. And what they keep hearing is that they need 20%, maybe 15%, maybe 10%, but no, 5%. If you've lived in the UK for up to 5 years, you can get a mortgage. Having said that, that means you're borrowing what? 95%. That is a risk. And part of what makes up the banks deciding what your interest rate is they look at you as what risk or how much of a risk is this person to us? If we're loaning this person 95% to get that mortgage, and this person is not settled, so they're not citizens, we don't know what their long-term plan is. Are they going to just look at the UK and say, you know what, I've had enough, I'm leaving? All of that will be factored in to determine what your interest rate is. So even though I'm saying, yes, you can get it at 5% deposit, but be careful because your monthly payments might be high and there's a lot of intricacies, but it is possible for you to get a mortgage at that rate or with that deposit, sorry. Next slide, please, sister. So we looked at the steps we need to take for you getting your own home. Maybe our doctor will also elaborate on this, but these are some of the steps that you need to do. And I think a key part of what we need to focus on is the structuring, because you can decide, and it doesn't matter whether it is a property you're looking at or you're running a business. If you're running a business, you need to decide how you want to structure it. Is it in your own name as Onye Beke, for example, or is it in a company's name as Onye Ventures? But why is structure important? When you come to the UK, what's the first letter you get from the government? Can anybody remember? You get one letter. Nobody misses it. Your NI. Yes. When you come to the UK, the very first letter you get from HMRC, your official welcome, is with your NI number. The UK is so smart. That NI number determines a lot of things. If you are running a business, for example, or you want to buy a property in your own name, there's tax implications. A lot of people who run businesses or buy property in their personal names can tell you, for example, maybe they would have wanted to do it differently. For the two main reasons why people would go register as a limited company would be for protection. because limited company means that whatever liability that company gets is not going to be tied to you as a person. It's going to be tied to the company. So for that protection, but also tax implication, because if you do it in your own name, your NI number sees all of your income and taxes all of your income. It's not going to tax your salary and forgets about your property. It's going to tax all income, income from salary, your earned income, income from savings, income from investments, which property will fall under. So many people would rather just, because if you're already, and Scotland is worse with the tax brackets anyway, because from 19,000 or is it 14,000 even, you start getting taxed. So if you're already on the verge of between higher to additional, so rather than paying 19% or 20% or 21, you're now paying 40, 45. You're working for the government and you've not added NI on top of that. So your structure is really important. Whether you want to earn as an individual, meaning you pay more tax, because as a company, you pay less. And there are some exemptions that you can get as a limited company as well, which you won't get as an individual. You also need a deposit, and I've put equity there because there are some ways that you might not necessarily need to. If you've got an existing property, for example, then you can use the equity. So for example, I can decide that I want to get a buy-to-let property. I don't have a physical deposit, but I've got my home that I will put down, the equity of my home that I can put down as some form of deposit. This bit, I think our brother Victor covered it. You need to do your own research. You need to find out what is the going rent for properties in this area. How feasible is it? Will I make any money from this? Because even if you don't do it, the lender is going to do it anyway. And it's going to be part of what they're going to use to determine whether or not to lend to you. You always need your documents. So even if you're a limited company, you will still need your documents. You need a broker. In fact, if you're going buy to let, you need a broker even more than as an individual. Because as an individual, fair enough, you can decide, yeah, whatever, I'll go to my bank. Whatever they say, I'll take it. If you're doing buy to let and you say you want to do it to make money, then you need someone that will give you sound advice. Next, please. Now, there's no way I would have been able to capture all of the criteria. So what I did was to capture key criteria for limited company and for individuals. Of course, I think it goes without saying, as a company, you need to be registered. Now, there's something called the Standard Industrial Classification, and in fact, I'm yet to see a lender that will not ask for your SIC code when you want to apply for a buy-to-let mortgage. You need that. So that should be one of the first things you need to get. This second point is really, is one of these things I wish that as a community we come together, because you see where it says some lenders may accept up to 4 people. Why can't we partner together to start building wealth together rather than gatekeeping and doing it on your own? It even makes it easier for you. You bring less deposits. Yeah, so that's one of the criteria. Directors, people with significant control, they must be named on the application. So when you're getting all of your documentation together, make sure you should have if you've got a limited company, you have an articles of association that would actually detail what that company is about and all the rules and regulations. Then some lenders, because criteria varies from lender to lender, again, some lenders will want you to provide personal guarantee. And the source of deposit is another thing. So you see that source of deposit is really important, whether as an individual or as a company. the source of deposit is important. Some lenders will not accept intercompany, for example, as their own criteria. And these lenders I'm talking about are the big ones. We've got specialist lenders, and I don't think I put them on the slide. Specialist lenders, anytime you hear specialist, just know that it's addition. It's a cost to you. It's coming at a premium because, and I don't blame them, because you're extra risk and the lenders out there. So they have looked at the market and say, what niche can we create for ourselves? Okay, these lenders are not providing for this group of people. We'll provide for them at a premium. So some of these big banks, they may not accept intercompany loans, but some of them will accept directors' loans. So criteria varies. And for an individual, where we said previously for individual, minimum of 5 years in the UK, you can get 5%. Some of them, or most of them, when I did the research, can take 3 years, but the loan to value that you would get for your personal mortgage will be different for sure compared to a buy-to-let. A lot of them want plenty of time left on your visa. Some of them want you to have a UK bank account. And again, some of them will say if you don't have your permanent right to reside, then you must be owner-occupier and you must be verified. Now, this minimum deposit is not, it's just, I said criteria varies. So you can have some people that will say, you know what, the minimum deposit I want is 40%, so the loan to value is 60%. Some people will say 80%. It just depends. The criteria vary, which is the main reason why you need to see, okay, it's not on this slide, you need a broker to help you. Next, please. Okay, now I know that our brother Victor touched on serviced accommodation. And you see that buy-to-let was slightly more complicated than residential. Service accommodation is the YDX of, of buy-to-let. So if you're considering going for service accommodation or even the HMO that we spoke about, your best bet is to speak with a broker. But I got this quote because I loved it. The best laid schemes, Omais and Min Gangaft, I can't even say it. Basically saying that the best laid plans by men and mice can often go awry. What does that mean? We're not the owners of our lives, and life can happen. Please, next slide. So you can make the best plans, but how will you cope when life happens? So I've got some questions to get our brain juice working. Are you the main income earner of your family? Think about it. I think I can boldly say that for most African homes, the men usually tend to be the main income earners. That doesn't dispute the fact that there are women who earn more than men, yeah? Whatever the case, whether you're the woman who is the main income earner or the man who is the main income earner, are you the main income earner of your family? How will your family or your loved ones cope financially? If life happens, what's the worst thing? Maybe I should throw it out there. What is the worst thing that can happen to someone in life? Death, yeah. And this is where I normally share my own personal story because I lost my dad at 13. Excuse me. And my younger sister was just a few months old. She was born in June and my dad passed away in August. And of course, typical African home, my dad was the main income earner. So that left my mom and 2 young children, a baby and a teenager. And my dad, unfortunately, didn't go for protection. Well, this is the story my mom told me, because you know how most, I don't know, in Nigeria anyway, you would usually have like village meeting, yeah? So for the village meeting, they had someone from an insurance firm speak to them about protection. And my dad said, well, a lot of the time, there's usually stories that touch when it comes to claiming, which is true. Which a lot of people, even here in the UK, say that, the insurance companies don't pay out. So he didn't take protection. But the flip side, life then happened. How do you think we survived? Well, it was by God's grace. It was by God's grace. It is hard enough dealing with a loss. It is harder dealing with the loss of that person and struggling financially. And sometimes these things can linger on for years. So in our case, for example, my sister is now here with us. She came to study for her master's. But we had to foot the bill because there was no provision. And that could have been money that would have been invested or done something else with. So sometimes decisions we make in life can affect years down the line. So I'll ask again, how will you, well, maybe not you, because, and trust me, I've actually had conversations with Nigerians who have said, well, I'm not here, so it's not my problem. But how will your family cope if you as the main income earner is not there anymore? Or sometimes it becomes your problem if you're there, but you're not able to provide anymore. I had a client based in London who lost his sight in the prime of his life, in his 40s. No family history of blindness. And he just became blind all of a sudden. He couldn't walk. His children and his wife became his carers. How do you think they will cope financially? Sometimes life can happen. And we said the worst is death, but sickness is also bad. And if you think, well, if I'm dead, I'm gone, it's not my problem anymore. What if you're there? In Aberdeen, I've attended at least 3 funerals, young people. But before those women passed away, one of them was a man as well. Before they passed away, they were ill, critically ill, cancer, kidney problem. Some of us know that we actually, sometimes we have GoFundMe pages. Sometimes as a community, we contribute. We shouldn't even be encouraging this. And I'm not trying to discourage contribution because it just shows how we care for each other and look after each other. But there are ways that this family can actually stand financially. How will you or your spouse cope financially if one of you was diagnosed with a critical illness? So one of the funerals I went for, I heard that the woman had cancer, and while she was ill, the husband had to go to the Middle East to work. And I just knew straight away that they didn't have any cover. Because if they had cover, it would have paid out and he would have been able to take time off work to look after his wife. Because what do you want at the end of the day? When someone you love is seriously ill, even if all love has been lost between you guys, you just want to preserve the last memories, right? You want to spend time, you want to be there for them. More importantly, let's say you got a payout, but then life moves on. You have to go to work afterwards. You're not going to rely on the payout forever, especially if the family is a young, growing family. Who will look after the kids? Okay. Sorry, I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but this is a part of the job where we have to ask these questions. We have to get you thinking. If you've got the right answer and the right solution, job done. If not, that's the reason why we've got financial advisors for you. Next, please. So yes, you mentioned it, death, sickness. And sickness can be long-term. Sometimes it's not even long-term, but it's quite critical. There is protection in place. So when we say protection, a lot of the time people, it's almost like a knee-jerk reaction. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to feel the way some of us are probably feeling. But as we said at the start, you can have the best laid plan. You have properties everywhere, but you don't have that financial protection for when life happens. You see that all of that plan was a waste of time, especially for families where it doesn't happen a lot now these days. But in the days of our parents, especially like my mom, my dad was the main income earner, but he was also the main money decider or economist in the home. My mom was a nurse, so she just went about her daily duties. But then I remember my dad had shares, And we went to the bank. And this is one of the reasons why I chose the career that I chose today, because we went to the bank. We had so many needs, right? So the funeral had been done, but as I said, life goes on after the person goes. So we went to the bank and we found out that my dad's shares were worth just over 1 million naira. And we were so excited. It was our first million. Wow, we're millionaires. And my mom thought, well, I've got 2 girls, 2 young girls. Hopefully they'll go to uni. So I think the smart thing to do, even though we've got all these needs, is to leave the shares invested. My dad passed away in 1998. I remember I mentioned earlier there was a world economic crisis. So shortly after, less than a month after, those shares were worth nothing. So you can have the best laid plans. My dad thought he had done well for his family, I'm sure. And he died at a young age. He died in his 40s. But unfortunately, the best laid plans without financial protection end being nothing. It's just a waste of time. Financial protection is there to back up your plans. And I always say, we're Christians, we believe in God, and the Bible has assured us with long life will he satisfy us and show us his salvation. I'm a big believer. Anytime if small kata comes to me, I say, God, the joke, because with long life you have satisfied me. You get, but we also need to play our part. Because God is not going to come down and hand you that cash. He has created different avenues to be able to look after yourself, create a legacy for yourself. Some people use financial protection to actually create legacies as well. Okay, next slide, please. So there are different ways that you can protect your assets, whether it's protecting just the mortgage. So for example, if you went to a mortgage advisor, one of the conversations they will have with you is mortgage protection. Mortgage protection, we'll look at the definition later, but it just does what it says on the tin. It protects your mortgage. So, because remember, we said the mortgage is a loan. Whether the person dies or not, it's not the bank. In fact, the bank will tell you that you should go and get protection for your mortgage. But guess what? They don't make it compulsory. They make home insurance compulsory. You cannot get your keys without home insurance. But they don't make mortgage protection compulsory. They leave that up to you. So what they've done is they've secured their asset, but the responsibility to pay off that asset if anything happens to you, they've left that to you. Because they know that their backup plan, their exit strategy, as our brother has described earlier, is to sell the property. They'll just take it back and sell it and get their money back. So that rests on us to make sure that we protect our mortgage. And what we're really doing is making sure our family doesn't get kicked out if anything happens to us. Another way that we can protect the mortgage, because remember, it's not just death that can happen. We can get ill. Like that man that became blind, for example. If he had income protection, what does that do? It protects your income. Some of us have insurance for our phones. Car insurance is compulsory. But we don't protect the thing that brings that income to pay for all of these things. Income protection can protect you up until your retirement age. So that is another important thing that we can get. And I know that when you come to the point of getting a mortgage, you're already worried about your outgoing. It's expensive. What is more expensive? Not getting that cover or getting that cover. So that should be one of the things you factor in when you're planning to get your mortgage. Family protection. There are different ways you can protect the family, whether you want them to get a lump sum, and sometimes some people do this as a way of building legacy. Get a lump sum if you die, or you want them to get an income, a regular income, whether it's monthly, quarterly, whatever the frequency. That's another way you can protect the family. Now, for those of us that want to take the subtle hints that I gave earlier to join together, whether it's 2 people or 4 people, and get your buy to let as company directors, you can get shareholder protection. Of course, you need to make sure that you have all the right documentation in place if you're going into a business contract with people. And you need to be careful because some lenders will not accept partnerships. That is different from limited company. But if you've got shareholders, what happens to your portfolio if one person dies or one person is ill and unable to then continue in their role? Shareholder protection provides like a lump sum to buy out that person's share so that the business can continue as normal. Next, please. And that's the explanation. Just okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Onyi, it's been fantastic because I was just, like I said, I know all the three people speaking today for various reasons because I'm very, very interested in property. And I've been ferociously taking notes and already talking to some people about that partnership. They know themselves. They know themselves. So we're hoping that, so a lot of learning has happened about financial protection. So as you're thinking about yourself, you're thinking about your families, you're thinking about getting a mortgage, expanding. And the Bible does say to be fruitful and multiply. You also have to think about protecting that fruit of your labor and leaving a legacy. The Bible says that a good man leaves. Thank you, Bible students. So without much ado, I will just hand over to a familiar face, the father of the Glight group. Hold your fire on the questions. You will get a chance to ask them, I promise you. Same with the online brethren. And Dr. Yakubu.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Thank you. Welcome once again, everybody. God bless you in Jesus' name. I'm going to rush very quickly into the conversation. Right now, I'll be taking you from residential and buy to let. Yeah. And I'll share a few of my own experience as well as I progress in the conversation. And I'll give you valid and financial reasons why I think it is the right thing to do. Yeah. So besides my personal property, I also have buy-to-let portfolio with tenant in it. And I remember a couple of years ago, myself and sister Rosalind, she was with me when I was doing some reform in Boxburn, yeah? So I won't use that as my illustration, but I'll use the one in Tilidron, the 2-bed. So I've got a slide I'm going to share that is going to be focused on that 2-bedroom flat. But I might say a few things that connects to the 3-bedroom that myself and sister Rosalind visited a while ago. So I'll start by just talking to you about the whole property thing, why we should talk about these things. But I just like to give this disclaimer. Victor, Onyi, Yakubu, having a good conversation. The objective is to clarify the process of these things, owning property, why we should, The key message here is to let you know that property is open to everybody in the UK, yeah? In Nigeria, for example, if you want to have a property, you need millions of naira. Millions of naira, because the mortgage system is not as structured in Nigeria as it is in the UK. But in the UK, you don't need so much money for you to have a property of your own. So that is why I say it is quite open to everybody. You just need to make sure that you're careful, you do the right planning and the research. So nothing here is legal or financial advice, but we're sharing knowledge. Is that right? We're children of God, and it is very essential that we don't refuse this information, we come and we share it, and we can have some level of collaboration, some level of joint venturing, some level of partnership to be able to achieve a lot more. Okay, so let's dive fully into the conversation. So I've just got a background of what I will talk about, but yeah, just go straight to the next slide. It's just an overview. And let's talk the first one, buy to stay, and that is residential. So let's talk buy to stay. Now, many of us, we've seen this thing before, haven't we? So this is the starter why we thought we should think about having our own property. Now, when this idea came, there's one of my good friends, those of us that we used to come for the annual Glight event. You would know him, Ufasa. So a couple of us have met Ufasa before, but he's moved to Coventry now. You know Ufasa because his wife, she's a doctor like you, yeah? So when we're living in Tilidron, I think it was my wife's birthday, yeah. So what happened is 2021, after I finished my PhD in 2020, and then I got a job, I was super excited. And I did a surprise birthday for my wife in 2021 and had lots of our friends, our colleagues. So myself and Ofasa, we're having a conversation about this property thing. And we started analyzing how long the PhD journey is. So PhD journey is roughly 4 years. What it means is we'd have paid rent for 48 months, right? So even if we're paying £500 for our flat, it means every year you actually will be paying how much? Every year, how much? 6,000, yeah? So we have 6K. So if we're doing the PhD for 4 years, it means how many thousand have we spent now? 24,000. And we're like, for goodness sake, that's a lot of money. And how much does it take to even buy a property? And then myself and Ofasa said, if by magic or by miracle, we're actually able to have our property when we started the PhD, it then means after PhD and we're moving to London or we're moving to Manchester because we've got a job, we'll be able to pull out some money. And that's when we said to ourselves that, hang on, we really need to, as quick as possible, forget about renting and going to ownership. And that is why I put this thing here. You see? So if you're paying 65 pounds or 650 pounds on a monthly basis, this is what you would have spent in 5 years. But if you're owning it with 7,500 and only has said to us, you don't even need that 10%. And I like what she's saying, and I like because she's got examples to give. When we bought our property, she was our broker. I wasn't having up to 10%. My wife and I will like this big house, but we don't have enough money for the big house, you know, as deposit. But then the income can actually fund the mortgage. Look at the situation. We want the big house. We don't have 10% in savings for the big house, but the income can pay the mortgage. So the option is wait and save a lot more so that you get up to 10% and then you buy the house. But when are you going to do that? Number one is, if the house is 250 now, by the time we save more, the house might become 260. That's number one. And number two, we're already tired of where we were. And she was very helpful, and she got us a mortgage for less than 10%. So when we moved, the money that we used was less than 10%. So it's just letting us know that these things are possible much more than we think they are. Let's progress. So why should we be talking about property right now? We want to have a paradigm shift. We're people of God, we're people of faith. I was speaking to one of our brother in leadership in our church in Dundee, and he was telling to me the number of persons they counted that bought their property in 2025. And that day we were talking, he said to me that on Friday, we actually, we'll be accompanying another family to go and get their key. They've started buying in 2026. So when he see what we're doing in Aberdeen, he was really thrilled, he was really happy. And I said, yeah, that's the reason. So we really need to know these things. We need to talk about these things because there are lots of things that we can do much more than we're doing. And there's this dead money concept. Every month when you pay your rent, you are actually paying the money and the money is gone for good. But I'm going to tell you the truth. There's a phase of renting. So don't get me wrong. There's a phase of renting. We all came in here and we were renting at some point. But the purpose of this program that we're organizing is to tell you, when the Bible says you have tarried too long in this valley, you need to move. You know what I mean? Sometimes if you don't get the push, you just stay too comfortable in that comfort zone and you don't know that there's a lot more you can do on the other side. There is a phase of renting, but I particularly have a passion for people that stay too long in a situation, in a phase. Life is in phases. But if you stay too long in a phase, you are missing your next level. So there's a phase of renting where, of course, it is dead money. You're paying into another person's profit or asset. But owning property now means that you are now gaining some value in what you're doing. Yeah? And you escape the rent cycle as well. Renting could be very unpredictable. Your rent can go up, am I right? So you don't have control, you don't have right and stuff like that. So you need to move away from being your landlord's customer to be building your own asset. I'm going to continuously say to you that renting is normal, is accepted, but there's a phase. So the point here is do not stay longer than necessary in that phase. Did I make that point clear? Let's continue. So now, building long-term financial security, capital appreciation. You know, I was checking our house that we bought. Oh, you know, that house in Boxborough. Because as I'm preparing for this conversation, I wanted to get some life example. And I saw that the house has appreciated by over 20,000. So what it means is that if we are to sell that house, it's less than 5 years, it means there's some equity beyond what we've paid that it has risen by market forces and pretty much any other things. So when you buy properties, even the one you're staying, we're speaking buy to stay right now, you're building long-term financial security because these things tend to rise. And there's a formula to that, which I will show you in a minute. So the value of the property is going to be the price you buy it today, multiplied by 1 plus what is the percentage it would have risen, raised to the power of the number of years. So you see, this formula is a standard formula you can use to calculate what's going to be the value of the property. Okay? So, and I'll show you a particular calculation that I have in one of my slides. So paying down the mortgage is a form of forced savings, okay, over 10, 20 years, as the case may be. And of course, she talked about using the equity, leveraging it to make progress as you go on in other things. Now, the last slide on the rationale why we need to move, why we're having this conversation, is freedom, control, and stability. The home advantage, when you own your own property, you're not at the mercy of your landlord. You can do this, you can do that. The first place we stayed in this Aberdeen is in Alburn Road, then we moved to Boxburn. We really like that house. Like, we had garden in the front and back. The parking space can park 3 cars. So that was where, I think, Victor, that's where you came. But you know what happened? The landlord moved away from that place because I think he had issue with his marriage. Now, we were staying and we're very comfortable. At some point, the agent just told us that the landlord wants the property back. Like, it was unplanned, it was unpredicted, and we started looking for another accommodation. But when you have your own, nobody's going to tell you that, isn't it? Coupled with maybe price or whatever. And you know, there's a point of personalization. When we moved into our house, if you go to the back garden, we built a pergola there. When I have the time, I do lots of DIY. And the guy there is my, okay, he knows we used to do stuff together. So he will come to my house. If you see my stand, Victor came and he saw the way I did the parlor. I put panel there. Sheyi and I have lots of hand tools in my house. If I just feel like doing something, right now, my wife has bought some lights that we're going to put round the edges of the house. And whenever Sheyi is free, he's going to come. And we're going to put light all over the house. Every season, we just change the house the way we like it to be. What I don't care about, nobody questions it. You know what I mean? Another thing about owning is, my children are very small. And where we were renting before, immediately they take a pen and write the decibel of the shout, because it will reduce the money we've given as caution deposit. But you see, my little girl, but she's grown now, she's 8, Elsie, I don't know why she likes writing on the wall. So when we bought the house, she was so good at writing, like, I didn't like it, but I felt relaxed because I'm like, go ahead now, your papa house, come on, go ahead. If we were in the other house, the level of my shout, I know, you know, but there's a level of, you know, it's your own, you're more stable. You know what I'm trying to say? And of course, there's the legacy part of these things that you can pass on to anybody, okay? I like these slides because I know people have different reasons why they don't think buying is what should happen to them. And that's why I've put this here. I need huge amount of money. She has said it, you don't need so much amount of money. My illustration is 75,000 house. You need 7,500, 10%. By virtue of the conversation today, you've seen that you don't need 7,500 to buy that 75,000 flat. You can actually achieve it with a deposit of 6%, 7%, maybe like 4,500. So look at it this way. Look at it this way. Let's put some numbers to this thing. Here is a flat, 2-bedroom flat. How much is a 2-bedroom flat roughly in Aberdeen? 750, 650. So let's put 650 to it. 700 pounds. I don't know the house you're talking about, but I can tell you that the average price of that flat in Aberdeen is 75,000 pounds. Are you with me? Even if we assume that the price is 80,000 pounds, let's assume it is 80,000 pounds. Now it's 80,000 pounds and you're paying this amount. The right thing to do, if you manage to save 5,000 through any means, good means, you're able to get 5,000. What it means is you can actually now buy that flat. Now you're needing just one room, only you. You can have another person take the other room. And what it means is that this person's money, where you charge the person 400 pounds, subject to lots of other things, but you charge the person 400 pounds. So this person that is actually joining you to stay in your 2-bedroom flat is the one actually paying for the house, and you no longer pay anything again in that flat. Does that make sense to you? So we need to have this sort of paradigm shift, the way we look at this thing. Now, it's only for the wealthy. I will buy later. There's no better time. That's why I said to you that time, myself and my family, my wife, we just know that this is the phase. There is no later in this discussion. Renting is cheaper than buying. Well, at the close of the day, it is not the case. Renting gives flexibility because you can just say, I'm moving here, I'm going there. Not necessarily in some instances. Oh, property prices are too high to start with. Well, it's going to be higher. Buying is too risky. Renting allows you to invest money elsewhere. Are you actually investing elsewhere? Maintenance costs make on a, there are lots of these things. Now, this is the doubt that we have sometimes. You want to make a move. You have all of this doubt. Now, don't let these things be a reason to stop you. You could be in some phase in life and you feel this is not what you want to do, but you're just accumulating money. So you have money. The right step. Let not one aspect of your life hinder another aspect. You can actually succeed concurrently on different areas in your life as you move on. So now that we've talked about this, I said renting is expected. Now there's a phase. If you look at this chart right now, this matrix gives you something clear here. For a short term, well, roughly around 3 years, where there is likelihood that you will move, where you are trying to test the neighborhood, you're trying to see if you're going to be here long term. Like I came to Aberdeen after my master's in Middlesbrough, was back in Nigeria. I came to Aberdeen 2016, and it was looking like I would stay in Aberdeen. Like this phase of like 3 years, I already know I was going to stay in Aberdeen. It was looking good. It was looking prospective. So I could see that, yes, I've used the phase to understand Aberdeen, you know, and then income was, of course, low. But immediately, your capital stability rises and you've spent a little while, you should think about buying and moving to your own property. So living, like, if you're here and long term, you're still in the renting phase, then there's no much logic for still being in the renting phase beyond this amount of time, because it shows that you're not really moving. Like, what I mean you're not moving, like you're not relocating. You've stayed for, so it means this place is good for you. It means you've settled in here. So there is no point still paying rent for where you've settled 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. It means you're comfortable in this place. If this place is not good for you, you should be in Manchester. You should be in Liverpool. So if you're here for this long, it shows this level of stability here and comfort, as it were. So you should be moving in the property ladder, okay? So I just wanted to demonstrate to you that there is a phase of renting. So don't get me wrong. Now look at this graph. I will take time to explain. So what this means is, when we talk about equity, now follow my explanation. I want to explain the concept of principal, interest, and equity. So in the example that we've always been making, the property is how much? 75,000. Now we're going to assume you're paying 7,500. It means you're getting a loan of 90% of that property. So the bank gives you 67,500. Now, the interest rate assume 5%. Every month, you're paying 394. Now, you see this money you're paying every month is split into two. Part of the money goes into the interest for the borrowing. Part of the money goes into reducing this amount. So which is the equity you build? So if you buy a property and you're staying and you pay the total money you've paid in the mortgage is 25 pounds. It doesn't mean that you have 25 pounds value in that property, because some part is interest, some part is equity. And if I go off financial, you're going to say, hey, Yakubu, you're wrong. Am I on track? Okay. Now, if you look at this graph, this is what happens. In the beginning of the journey, this is assuming a 25 years mortgage, which is going to run for 300 months. So I've got my graph here for 300 months. In month number 1, you're actually paying like 260 pounds. You're servicing the loan. Why? Just a little above 100 pounds is part of your equity. So with time, you can see this is for the secondary axis. So this is what you're owing. Now with time, your interest, the amount that is for interest is going to be reducing while the amount of equity will be rising. So until the point that you finish paying and then this one gets to 0. Now this is assuming that the interest rate didn't change, every other thing remains constant. Some factors would change, but this just gives you an idea of what it's like. Now I've put a link here. This link, if time permits, I'll open the website. You can go there and see different ways you can maybe pay it quick. I've put 25 years. You can say, I want to overpay, pay by 100 pounds every month. How does that reduce the number of years I will use to pay? 100 pounds every month might even reduce it by 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. Some people don't want to have the mortgage for 25 years. But to be comfortable, like when I was dealing with Oyin, she was asking me different questions. And then I won't ever forget the way she was treating myself and wife. And she was treating us like, you know, when doctors or lawyers, they strip you completely open, completely naked to make sure they see everything through you. We're going to come on Teams call. She will record it. And then she'll be asking us questions to get, look, the whole account, scrutiny of the whole account. But I like those questions. The more I gain knowledge, the more I understand why those questions was asked. How long do you want this mortgage to be? How much can you afford every month? Now, to be on the conservative side, you say 25% or 25 years, and then you start. However, immediately you start, you realize that you're making more money. You can now increase the payment by 100 pounds every month. So in a year, you've paid extra 1,000. You make sure you tell the bank that that is the principal. So it will shorten the duration of the loan. To say, if it was meant to be 25 years, in 17 years or in 10 years, you have now finished paying that property, and the interest you would have paid, you also have reduced. Am I good? Thank you very much. Next slide. So that is what you need to know. Now let's talk about buy to let. What is buy to let? Everything I've been talking about before comes here. You stay there. This is where you stay, residential. The interest is usually low, requires smaller deposit, 5 to 10%. Now, buy to let, you buy it for the purpose of renting. The interest is usually higher. When we moved to our house, the interest we got was really low. But that same year, towards the end of the year, something happened that year. Very positive thing. The job I was doing was going to finish. And when the job was finishing, they extended it. I was happy. Now, it was going to finish, and then I went in search of a job, and I got another job. So they were going to extend that, and I'm like, no, I don't need the extension. I've got something that will give me double of what you're giving me anyways. So I left that role, and I went to do a contract, and the contract was like quite a good one that period for 6 months. And I'm like, well, there's some amount of cash here. What do we do? And that was where Buy to Let started. So we registered the company, Prescient Properties. My wife's name is Priscilla. So Priscilla kind of came up quite nicely at that point. the interest rate that we got for this buy-to-let was higher than when we bought. And this is about the same year. One, we moved into the house in April, and then the 2-bedroom flat, I'll show you an image, was in November. Yeah? So it was higher interest rate, higher fees, stricter condition, requires larger deposit. The deposit for that property was 25%. Mind you, this one was less than 10%, but this one was 25%. So it was assessed based on the income of the director and see if you can actually manage should anything happen. And also they'll do a stress test. So they'll look at the mortgage that you'll be paying to the bank. Yeah. I'm looking at that the easiest way to explain it, like the rent, if it is multiplied by, is it 2 or 3, the amount of that, okay? But I'll show you in a slide in a moment. So that is how they will use to judge whether to give you the money or not to give you the money. So when they give the money, it's going to be 75% of the property value, okay? And it is not so tied so much on your salary. It is more tied on the rental value from the property, because they know it is not your salary you are using to pay. So long as there's a tenant there, then the money will come to them. Okay? So that's what you need to do. And I'm going to discuss something now. I've talked about principal, interest, and equity. Now, if you look at these three things, principal, interest, and equity. Now, in buy-to-let, more often than not, the principal is actually out of the business. So what it means is you've collected a loan for a property, 75% of the property. Every month, you're not paying anything into the principal. You are only paying interest, just servicing the loan. So it means if the property were to be 100,000, and then you drop 25,000, the bank gives you 75,000. Every month as a parent, you're giving the bank interest, only servicing the interest, but you are still keeping the debt of 75,000. So that is the typical way buy-to-let is structured. And I know the question you want to ask. So how will you pay the debt of 75,000? Is that your question? I've got the answer already. Next slide, let's progress on what buy-to-let is about. So now this is buy-to-let. Now you understand the idea of buy-to-let and how it works. Understanding buy-to-let, the core concept, you're purchasing it, of course. It is for business purpose, generating wealth, and all of that. Next slide, please, quickly. So let's progress with the next slide. These are some fundamental calculations that you need to make in buy-to-let. You need to look at the rental yield, calculate the percentage, and factor in all of the maintenance that will be there as well. Insurance, if there will be void period. And we've talked about return on investment. There's ROI, return on investment, and there's also ROCE, return on the cash that you have put into that business deal. So there are acceptable margins that you can use to go into the market. But there is something quite nice about buy-to-let in Aberdeen, in that the return you get on the money you have put into the deal is far better than you get in many other places in this country. The only downside in Aberdeen is that the capital appreciation of the property is not as great as if you're buying in London. You can do a buy-to-let and you cash in up to £300 every month net. But to get £300 net in Aberdeen, that's like an investment of like 20,000. So in a year, it's about 3,600 net. So in about 5 years or 7 years, you're already getting your full investment. That's if you don't even do the BRR, which is more complicated. You're just trying to be very minimal. But if you go down south, before you can see a net of like £300, sometimes you spend up to 40,000. That property might be a £200,000 property. But the capital appreciation there is a big deal. Okay, now I talked about stress test. Can the property stay profitable if interest rate rises or if you have a void period of 2 to 3 months. So you need to stress test it. You need to do the math. And then think about the responsibilities, the legal side of it. Mr. Victor touched on that. Maintenance, market risk, liquidity is not a liquid, so regulation, and then strategy. A lot has been said on strategy for service accommodation, but for buy to let, when it talks about strategy, do you want to be hands-on or hands-off? You can get the property and hand it to a property managing company, and they typically will charge you 10% of the rent. So if your tenant pays 600, they first of all take their 60 pounds before 540. Now that 540 is where you now start calculating every other thing before you start calculating your profit. Yeah? But if you're going to do hands-on, it means you're managing it yourself. You're the manager. So if there's issue, you're the one to put tenant there. You're the one to make sure the compliance and everything. You can as well do that. So for me, I do more of the hands-on. So like my tenant on which day I was in church, the tenant will call, okay, what happened? What happened? Because it's within my area. I can drive to Tilidron. I can drive to Boxbourne. So you understand. On Monday, myself and Andy Man were going there to check something that there's a leak. But if there was a management company, they would have been able to manage all of those things. But I tried to create time to be there. Now, I spoke to you about interest, principal, and equity. Now, this is buy to let right now. What happened here? It means that I didn't do 25 years in this calculation. I just wanted to make it a little bit quicker, not the 25 years I would normally do. This is about 10 years, I think. So I did, how many years are we seeing here? This is 25 years. Okay, no problem. So I thought I moved it to 10 years. But I moved it to 10 years, one of the slides I'll show you. But what this means is this. You're paying this amount, assuming everything remains the same, no refinance, no remortgage, and all that. So you're only paying the interest, but you are still owing this money. Okay? So the principal, you're refusing to pay principal. You are only servicing the debt, but you are still owing. So that's the 10 year. 75,000, you pay 25%, 18,750. The bank gave you this amount. This is the interest rate, and this is what you're paying every month to service this debt right now. But throughout this whole journey, you are still owing this. So I thought I've changed it to 10 years. So my calculation in the next slide is going to be based off 10 years. So what it means is that after 10 years, I've been collecting 650 rent or 600 rent, and I've been giving the bank this amount, but I'm still indebted to this. So what happens? You understand? And that comes to what they call, or we call, exit strategy. What's going to be your exit strategy? There are 3 or 2 things mainly you can do. Number 1, you can refinance it. Refinancing means, look, I know I'm owing you this amount, but I don't really, you're not paying. You take another loan. So basically, in the first instance, you took a loan. The loan was 56 something, am I correct? And they were paying you 600, you were paying in that to the bank. In 10 years' time, the bank comes and says, where's my 56 something? You go to meet the other bank. See, I want to collect a loan. It's going to be in. So this other bank will give you the money again. You give it to the first bank, and the cycle continues. Do you understand what I just said? That's one thing you could do. Another thing you can do, next slide, please. You can sell the property. So look at this analysis here. And this is 10 years analysis. The house was 75,000. 25% down payment was 18,750. Then the bank gave you 75%. That is that amount. So this is the debt you are owing now when you started this journey. After 10 years, you're still owing this debt because you refuse to pay any part of the principal. This is interest only you were doing. Now, the total interest you've paid to the bank is 28,000 something. Servicing this for 10 years. So you've given them this money. The total gross rent that your tenant has been paying 650 consistently every month, no void, and you do not increase the rent. It means in 10 years, you've collected total rent of 78,000. But you've given some amount as interest, and after interest, I've also factored in management, maintenance, And in this calculation, I said, I think, was it 70%? I think it was 70% I did. I say you got only 70% of the gross, and this is what you got as your profit. Because you are paying to bank, you're paying maintenance, sometimes something got bad, you're paying insurance. So I say only 70% of the gross is what is your net profit. So this is now your net profit for 10 years. Does that make sense? Are we good on that? Now see what happens. In 10 years' time, the bank now comes knocking and say, where's our money? How much are you in the bank? 56,000 something. Now you decide to sell that property. Now in 10 years' time, the property that was worth 75,000 pounds, how much do you think it will be in 10 years' time? Give any amount. It could be 100,000, could be 90,000. So I decide to be very, very conservative. And I say that assuming it's rising by only 2% every year, it's rising by only 2% every year. What it means is 75,000 multiplied by 1 plus the 2% raised to the power of the number of years, which is 10 years. So it means that by 2036, that house is worth 90. Now, when the house is now worth 91,000 plus, this is what happened. I now sell the house. So when I sell the house, the new buyer gives me 91,000 plus. Then I go to meet this bank that I'm owing 56,000. I give them their 56,000, and then I'm left with how much? 35,000. And in that house, I've already gained 26,000 something. So in 10 years' time, I've actually profited 61,000 plus in that property. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you what the buy-to-let interest-only mortgage means? Next slide, please. Keep all the questions, write all the questions, we'll treat all the questions. Now, I've removed the address here. So this flat, I bought this flat at this time. This is December 2022. So it's a 2-bedroom flat. When we bought this flat, myself, my wife, and Sheyi, we went there, we prayed, we looked at the whole thing, and we paid this amount, did a little bit in the house. You would notice something, that the last time the house, before we took ownership of this flat, it was sold for 55,000. And this how many years interval? How many years? So it has risen from 55 to about 63. Okay? So the prices, the way it rises can change. So this is what has happened. These numbers are not exact. A valuer will usually do the right thing, but right move gives an indication, a little based off this formula I gave you. So what they've said is that this house that was 63 had actually risen to like 68 before, as in last month it was around 68, but market forces dropped it by 3,000. So right now they are saying the house is worth like 65,000. Well, it depends. The value will go. So the point is this thing keeps rising. So when it rise and rise and rise, at the point of the exit strategy, you can revalue it, which is refinancing. That's finance advisor will talk more if you have any question about that. Essentially, you would notice that the price it is today is not the price it will be tomorrow. And that's the reason why we try to say there's no better time to do this thing than now. I'm going to talk the last part right now for maybe another 5 minutes. What exactly is the action point that is expected? This is Gospel Light Ambassadors. We are people of faith. We are children of God. And all of the speakers today are Christians. The idea of this program is, number one, to spur that thing in you and say, if I've stayed in this phase of renting, I need to move to this phase of ownership. That's number one. Number two objective is we can do these things. We can make money together. We can pool resources together. Say there's a flat right now that is worth 75,000, I always talk about, and we need 20,000 to go and buy that. If you put that 20,000 in the bank, in 1 year, I don't know how many percent you will even get. And with inflation, is actually technically reducing. Does that make sense? But with property, is actually the opposite side of inflation. Why inflation reduces the purchasing power of your money, property instead increases it because of capital gains, appreciation, of course, taxes and all of those things. I don't want to go there right now. How is this being structured? That brings us to the last part of the talk. What is limited company? SPV is special purpose vehicle. Who talked about SIC? Was it you that talked about the SIC code thing? She did, yeah? So there's a specific SIC code if you are going to do property as a company. So it has to be exclusively property. And you register, and there's lots of advantage for registering your company. Number one, you have a 3-bedroom flat. One room is your office. You can actually have some expenses for using your home as office. There are some things you buy for the company that you also can have benefit in kind, some other complex things. But first things first, you register a company solely for dealing with property. And if you don't have the money, 3 people, 4 people, I like to see currencies in the church among the people of God where 3 people come together, 2 people come together and say, I've been working for this while. I have 7,000 pounds saved up. Each that person has got 7,000, 8,000 pounds, and we come together, we register a company. All you need is to seek advice, and we have gospel people that you can talk to. After now, Mr. Victor will be happy to spare some of his time to have conversations with anybody. Yes, Madam Oye is also here, and you and I know that we're one family here anyways. So you can ask for advice. 2, 3 persons can come together, 6,000 here, 7,000 here, 5,000 here, and we have something. And we go into the market and we buy a property worth 60,000, put in like 25% in that property, get a tenant there and manage it gradually. And the thing about it is, if you are not pulling money out of it, you don't really get to pay no taxes because you're using the money to go again and again and again. You're building and consolidating. Now that structure is a limited liability company, which is SPV that you're going to register. It's a ring-fence business structure, which is different from you. You're an individual. The business is an individual. Now in my own case, what happens is, when my wife and I will know that, yeah, we have this residential property and it's time to do buy to let. So the money was taken from personal saving account and put into the company bank account as director's loan. So that's what the company used to go and buy. So the company is actually indebted to the director because the director gave the money to the company to go and buy. Do you understand what I'm saying now? These are structures that you build to be able to get around these things, okay? And some core advantages you need to do it is this. Now, I'll give you another illustration for another couple of minutes right now. Oh, this is not going to go. I don't know why, but I'm going to just write on it as it is like that. Everybody look at this illustration now. Now, here is, I'll use a different color so you can at least see it. Now, here is somebody earning a salary of, say, 38,000. And this person, you're going to be paying your normal taxes at whatever percentage it might be. Now, you listen to me. If you buy a property and you buy it in your name, okay? So when you buy the property in your name and the rental there is like 7,200 in a year, what happens is, you see this 38,000, the HMRC is going to take the 7,200 rent and add to it. You understand me? And this will now be your annual income. So when they are calculating taxes, they will calculate the old money that your tenant pay, add it to what you're earning, and use to calculate tax. But then you remember that money, when the tenant was paying 600 every month, you are giving the bank 250. You are paying 20 pounds insurance. You are paying another money for management. But the system doesn't know that. All they know is that your salary is 38,000. You have another house where you are earning 7,200. That is your total earning. Clear? Now, But look at the next thing you should do. This is the flip side of it. So that is side one of it. You buy it in your name. Now, when you buy it with the SPV, what it means is this. They don't see you there. So the company receives 600 every month as rent. The company will first remove the 200 that they pay to the bank, left with 400. The company will remove 60 pounds that they pay to the managed company, left with around 340. The company will remove 20 pounds that you pay to insurance, left with around 320. Now the company removes another thing again. At the close of the day, you're now left with how much? Maybe like 300. So that is where they start. So after all of those deductions have been done, all of those things are called allowable business expenses. Before they now know this is the net, that is what is used to calculate the tax. So you now see that whilst in the first structure, you are paying on the old money, and it has also bumped you to 45% or 42% tax bracket. The other one, you have lots of allowable expenses that you can remove beyond corporation tax and all other dividends and all of those things that you will know as you progress. So we're coming to the last part of the conversation. Next slide, please. Now you've seen the purpose of SPV and personal earnings and the fact that we can collaborate. So this is what I've tried to explain, that the mortgage interest, fully deductible, that is before, but right now it's no longer fully deductible. Mortgage not deductible. Tax paid on turnover. So that is the reason why you now structure it as a company, which is SPV. Right now, that is where the difference lies, the way it works. If you're opening a company, administrative requirement, you separate the finance from your own finance, and also the cost of compliance, the lender access, a couple of other compliance requirements. You need to ensure that you maintain those things because it's a completely different entity from you. You are you. The company is a different company. So if his personal name is simple, I agree. But then you'll be paying on the gross. If it is personal name, higher tax exposure because it's the gross. If it is personal name, limited interest relief. But if you do SPV, which is limited liability company, 100% interest deduction. Because that is not a gain. You're actually paying it to the bank that gave you the money. Corporation tax, and of course, succession plan. Lots has been said about legacy. So when you're no more or you're quitting the scene, you can easily pass things on. And if you look at this data, you will see that buy-to-let firms in existence, a 5 times increase since 2016. We've had about over 440,000 new registrations. Why? Because landlords have seen that having it in my personal name is no gain for me. I just register SPV, and the company that I control owns the property. And when we begin to talk a lot about wealth, investment, you see that ownership is not what you crave for. Control is actually what you crave for. You don't need to own it, but if you can control it, that's what you go for. So it's two different things, but that will be for another day to see the difference between ownership and control. But in this business, what you need is control because you control the company. So you control the house technically, but you don't own it. The company owns it. In conclusion, property builds long-term wealth from everything that we've said. Does everybody agree with that? Because the house you buy today, in 10 years' time, it has risen in value. And I like the fact that all of the rise in the value is not the bank's gain. Owning property allows you to build equity, stability, and financial security over time. Renting is for today, ownership builds tomorrow. Renting is okay, but there is a phase of renting. Yeah? Start small, think long term. I like to see collaborations come out of these conversations. Knowledge removes fear. And that is why we're having this conversation. We want to do service accommodation, short let, you get the knowledge. And Victor emphasized why you need knowledge before you venture. Today is a workshop. It's like scratching the surface. Build knowledge before you venture. Okay? Understand mortgage. Thank you very much, Madam Onyi, for all of the conversation. Deposits. Buying process makes property ownership achievable and realistic. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yakubu. It's been a very, very packed day. So, and I was hoping that would, just because of time, I was thinking we've gone through 3 sessions. I was looking for someone that will probably tell me, I'm looking for an action plan. I can ask you what you've learned and you can leave it behind on the table. But I'm sure that as very organized, very smart intellectuals, someone is already cooking up something. So has someone got an action plan, something that once they leave here today, that's the first thing they do when they get home, that can bring them closer to financial independence, financial legacy, and owning their own homes, and maybe multiple others, buy-to-let, and all the other variations in which they come. Has someone got an action plan? If you say it, you own it, we pray here, that's it. So please be bold, the righteous are as bold as a lion. So I'll lend you my mic.
So one of my action plans is to open a lifetime ISA. Yeah.
Thank you. Take this one. We're not clapping for action plan. Don't we want it to work out for her? All right. So I've been encouraging us to put our questions down. Someone has another action plan, something they're going to walk away from here boldly and do today.
My action plan is to get a property, but the mortgage that will take longer years. I think if I can buy something with cash that maybe it to taste and then take it from there, I think I would prefer than to spend 25 years paying mortgage gradually. I don't know if that, I think that's my own plan and I believe it can work.
I believe that once you've said it from your lips to God's ears, you need a broker. That's what I'll tell you. You need a broker. So like Onyi said, you need a broker. And I'm actually happy that Sachineze said ISAs. And, I can see my pastor at the back. When I was, I think, 2 days in the country, my pastor and his wife came to see me at home. And I think that's some of the best advice he gave me in that first couple of weeks, because I remember I didn't have a car then. And after church, they would drop me off at home when we started meeting face-to-face in 2021. And he said to me, well, you've come to this country as a doctor. I think you make enough money that you don't want to pay somebody's mortgage for very long. And I think some of the best decisions, and then he mentioned an ISA. It wasn't a very long conversation. I got out of the car, went upstairs, and then I looked up ISA. But you know the way life happens. The training program got more busy. I dumped it for like 6 months. And then just before the tax year ended in April 2021 tax year ended, I was like, oh, I have to do this before I'm 40. So I opened one and I think, like Onyi said, as a Nigerian babe, I put 100 to make sure that they would give me 25% first. So, but because I'd opened it before the tax year, it meant that I had now a solid ISA for 5 years of being in the country. And I cannot even begin to imagine the things that I've dreamed of and been able to do based on that advice that my pastor and the wife gave me the very first time they were in my home. So if you are not 40 here, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just an NHS doctor. If you are not 40 here, once you leave this room, open that lifetime ISA, plum money box, wherever you choose with your bank, put £1 in it today. You don't need to make other big decisions. You don't need to do too many things. Put £1 in that ISA today. And when you decide, when you figure out how you want to manage your incomings and outgoings and sources of income you're dealing with, then you can figure out how to set up maybe a direct debit, that funds that ISA. I think it can be some of the most powerful things you do, especially with the lifetime ISA. So having said that, once again, I'm not a financial advisor, but there's a lot of knowledge in this room and you've got questions. So we'll get to the questions. So I've got my panel in front and we've got a microphone moving around and I will be mobile as well. We'll take our first questions and I'll keep my eyes online for the ones coming from our online brethren. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take one in the room, we'll take one online in the spirit of equality.
As well. Yeah, if they want to stay, it's perfect.
Okay, super. So can we take one in the room and then I'll go over to... We have our first question, Broshala.
Okay, I think my question is about what you just mentioned just now. And is it Dr. Oyin? I don't know. So I wanted to explain more on ISA. I open one, my wife open. Really, I've watched videos, read it. Really, I don't understand it. I saw lifetime ISA, I saw saving, I saw stock ISA. I just put money there. I don't understand it. So you can just give me more. Thank you.
The ISA that we all call, well, we call it ISA. It's an acronym for individual savings accounts. Individual savings account comes in different forms. It can be a cash individual savings account, and that means it is cash only. It's a cash-based product. So it can be a cash ISA. Some banks have fixed cash ISA. It just means that it is only cash. And the thing with ISA is that it's tax-free. So any interest that you earn from that cash, from your cash ISA, will not be taxed. Remember I said earlier, all your earnings with your NI number, they're all combined together, whether it's your earned earning as in your salary or your income as an entrepreneur, or it's from dividends and shares that you've invested, whatever, whether it's rental income, all your earnings will be put together to use to calculate your tax. If you've got an ISA, it means that whatever earning you earn from that cash, for example, will be tax-free. ISAs usually have a limit. If not, the government will not make money. So the government tries to balance it. They want to encourage people to save and invest, but they also need to make money. So that's why there's a cap. And I think recently from the last budget, or maybe was it autumn last year, there's a reduction. So normally the ISA allowance for adults is £20,000. If you have a cash ISA, that has been reduced to, I think, 12,000 now. If you've got stocks and shares, so cash ISA is one, that's just where cash is, right? We've got stocks and shares, and that's investment products. So whatever investment you have, if you've got a stocks and shares ISA, any returns that you get on that investment will be tax-free. So the concept of ISA is that it's tax-free. Now, there are different variations of ISAs, but we've got stocks and shares, we've got the cash ISA. The allowance of 20,000 remains for stocks and shares. So they're trying to encourage people to invest more than save, which is a good thing, because I think we all clarified today that inflation always outperforms cash. Cash doesn't do well with inflation, but investment tends to beat inflation over time. Now, children also have ISA allowance, and for children is £9,000, whether that is cash or stocks and shares. There's one other, the lifetime ISA. So with the lifetime ISA, that is a combination, your lifetime ISA allowance, because lifetime ISA actually has an allowance, and that is £4,000. That is not separate from the £20,000 or £12,000. The lifetime ISA cash based. So that means that your 12,000, remember we said the government reduced it from 20 for cash ISA. So it's now 12 for cash-based products, which means that if you're investing in a lifetime ISA and you use the limit of 4,000, you're left with £8,000. Have I confused you? Does that make sense? You can have a combination of ISAs, yes. If you're combining ISAs, just remember that if you're having, say, for example, you have cash ISA and you have stocks and shares ISAs, then you need to be careful with the limit, because anything outside the cash ISA limits, for example, you won't get any, it will be taxed, basically. the beauty of ISA is that tax-free benefit. So say you have cash ISA, 12,000. That means if you want to then have stocks and shares ISA, you can only have 8. Does that make sense? Yeah. The lifetime ISA. So the age with the 3940 is only to do with the lifetime ISA. The lifetime ISA, the only people that can get it are people between the age of 18 and 39. Every other type of ISA, the only restriction is age-wise. So children, for example, that's why they have their own ISAs, and then adults have their own. So the lifetime ISA is the only one that you can not get once you're 40 and above. You can still keep contributing to it. You can't get a new one. And you can only get one lifetime ISA in your lifetime.
Thank you very much. Can we take one of our questions online?
No. 18 plus for adults. No, no age limit.
Online. I'm few very actually.
The cap, the 20,000 for that, yeah, annually.
Can we take contribution?
One of the online questions.
So have you got, I'll just read the one from the Zoom here. So I think it's a couple. I'll just do them together. Please, a quick one. What happens to the property should you decide to leave the country and you are not done with the payment yet? So you've taken out a mortgage, I believe this person is trying to say, and maybe they live there maybe 5 years or something, and they're now moving to Canada because a lot of people move to Canada. What now happens after? They've still clearly not done most of their payments. If they've only lived there for 5 years, what happens after?
Yeah. Okay. I could just take down quickly. A number of things can happen. Worst case scenario, you sell the property after 5 years. So the property, I'll give simple numbers now. It was 100,000. You paid 10%, 10,000. The bank gave 90,000. Now in 5 years' time, that property is now worth 110,000. So you sell the property. When they give you the 110,000, you give the bank the 90,000. So you are left with the money you paid and the equity that has been built, and also the capital appreciation. That's if it appreciated. But even if it doesn't appreciate whatsoever, you can sell it and you go with the 10% that you paid, as well as the equity that you have built, which is not going to be 90,000. It might be like 83,000. So after 5 years, you bought the property for 100,000, you paid 10,000, the bank paid 90,000. In 5 years, it's still 100,000. You sell it for 100,000. That bank 90,000, you've paid 7,000 as equity. So you give the bank their worth, which is now 83,000, and you walk away with 17,000. But tax and other considerations apply. Does that look right? Thank you.
Something to add to that. Always remember, if you're paying a mortgage earlier than the agreed fixed term, you pay what they call early repayment charge. It's important to check your product. It can be as high as 15%. So you may end up paying far more mortgage for paying it earlier. So always check your product and seek your mortgage broker's input.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
I think we can take one question from the, oh, sorry.
To back up what you both have said, there's something they call accidental landlord, because the banks also realize that life can happen. So people might get a job outside of wherever it was that they bought their property initially. So there's provision for that kind of situation. It's different if you're completely leaving the country, then yes, sale of the property will have to be the exit strategy. But if you're still within the UK and you don't really want to sell the property, then you fall under that accidental landlord. Some people even inherit property from maybe parents who had this property and passed on, and they already have their own property. They all come under accidental landlords. And what happens is it will be classed as a buy-to-let product as well. and be treated as such. But remember, as Dr. Yakubu said, buy-to-let interest rates can be higher, but there is provision for that kind of situation. Always, if there's a change in your circumstance, always speak with your lender first. Don't just elope. If you go, the bank really doesn't have a lot to lose because they will sell the property anyway.
Thank you, Onyi, for the additional. So we'll take one question from the room and then we'll go back to our online burden.
Okay, thank you. My question is directed to Mr. Victor. So service accommodation, to me, it seems as if it's high risk, high reward, right? So my question is, what are the top challenges in service accommodation that can make me run out of business? That I'll be like, I'm regretting doing this. Thank you.
Okay. You're asking for what could the biggest use the word again. Okay, what can make you easily regret your going into the lack of knowledge? I will always say that, irrespective of the strategy you've gone into, lack of knowledge, and that can be from lack of research. But apart from that, if you really go into the business with the right knowledge, you would have put into your analysis the various scenarios. What could be the worst case? You exit that strategy into a different strategy. But the one I was talking about you need to be careful of is the rent to service accommodation. It's not your property. So you don't really have much of that exit structure unless the landlord is maybe lenient and you say, oh, I plan to use it for service accommodation, but due to XYZ reasons, I can't use it. Some may be, okay, it's okay, give me back my property, and they put it back in the market. But for some, they don't want any void in their income. They insist you pay. Then that becomes a bad business because you're paying for it. But again, if you go into it with the right knowledge and seek somebody to hold your hands in the first few years, I believe you should be fine. That's why I mentioned seek the services of a SA manager, a service accommodation manager, somebody who can guide you through it. I think apart from lack of knowledge, nothing else should scare you. It's a high rewarding strategy, but it also requires hands-on, because that's where many people really get frustrated, because it requires your input. And if you don't want to put in those efforts, you pay for it. So that means you outsource almost everything and you depend on whatever is left. But if you're hands-on, you are the DIY, you're the plumber, you're the joiner, you're the property manager and everything, then you should be ready to take it on, because it becomes another job for you. It's not like a passive income now. You're working for your money. So you need to be careful of that. Yeah.
So one of the questions online says, after purchasing a property for a period of 25 years mortgage and successfully making the payments for a period of 10 years, assuming something happens to the owner, e.g. death or being out of job, what happens to the property? Will the bank still sell it off to get back their money?
Whilst our panelists are setting up to answer, we've got some food for the body, whilst we're getting some food for the mind behind us. So what I want us to do is just, our God is a God of order. If the table at the back, the last two tables at the back can go first, come back, and then we can go in session so that we can give some attention to our panelists to listen to the answers they're giving. So maybe the couple of tables at the back can go first, get their pizza, and then come back, and then I'll let you know when the next batch can go. Thank you.
So it's not the bank's problem if someone dies or loses their job. And that is the reason why the application process is quite detailed. And that is the reason why we covered on protection as well, because we know that life can happen. So the same way you have protection for your car, in case you get an accident, you need to have protection for the mortgage for your loved ones in case anything happens, because the bank will repossess that house if you're not able to pay, if your family is not able to keep up with the monthly payments. Unfortunately.
Just a tiny bit on that. So you're going to correct me here, but I think I can remember from our interaction. So what happens is this. You buy the property, you've got your family living there, and now you do the insurance, which is protecting the bank, yeah? Then you now do the layer of protection for that property. So husband and wife on the mortgage, or say it's only one person. So because you've now bought that protection, which maybe is debt cover, so the person paying the mortgage dies and can, of course, they can't pay the mortgage. So the protection now pays for the mortgage so that the family is living behind. They remain staying in the property. They don't lose it because the protection he has paid for in his lifetime, they've covered the money, so they now own the property, so they don't lose it. But it is if that protection cover was not bought in his lifetime, that is when he dies and they can't pay, the family, they are in trouble because the bank comes, repossess, and the family needs to go find where to live. Right? Thank you. So that we understand the practicality of the protection you talked about.
Thank you very much. I think we have one more online question or in person. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed this session, and please permit me, I have a number of questions, if you don't mind. For the life ISA, please, how, if we put the money in, at what point can we take out to be able to buy the property? Do we leave it for 1 year, 2 years before we can take out the money, or what happens after we register? And then secondly, buying a house in the trust, because I understand that buying a house in trust is somewhat better, but I don't know about it. So if you can maybe touch on it if there's time. And then I also understand that buying your first house, you get cheaper percentage. What people advise is let the husband buy first, and then the wife buy second, so that you can get a lesser interest rate. What happens if you are buying your second property and probably for letting, now it's 25%? Do you get a cheaper rate? Then another question is for income protection. For example, if someone's visa runs out, is there any level of income protection for such a one? Or let's say the person is off work. I know of critical illness cover. I know of probably death and sickness. And then is there any protection that protects the individual if there's a loss of job, or maybe the person leaves the UK? And then my final question, sorry. Okay, yeah. And then we talk about company now, building a company. And if we organize our advice to get a company, can we register property to get sponsorship? If you understand what I mean, like if you open the business for property, can we walk up to the UK government and say, it's a personal company or group of company, can we sponsor people or get a license to sponsor? And then finally, we need mentorship. Can you drop contact so in case we need, because we cannot take everything at once. Yeah, it's a lot to swallow. We need mentorship, we need contacts so that we can be able to continue. Thank you. Yeah, so my first question is ISA. At what point do we take the money out? How? Because we have from the government, when do we take that money? Buying a house in a trust, and then for first-time buyer and second-time buyer, if you want to buy, do you have a less? Okay.
Okay. So the lifetime ISA, you can only access funds in your lifetime ISA when you want to buy your first home or when you want to retire. Now, if you want to buy your first home, you don't even get that money. It's your solicitors. You send them the details of whatever bank you've got the lifetime ISA with, and they deal with it. However, I think your question was asking if it's after a year or two. So you won't even get the benefit of a lifetime ISA if you open it today and next month you want to then take out the funds, because it's just only a little bit of money. So let's assume you do it just at the end of the tax year so that you can get the whole £4,000 plus the 1,000 that the government would give you. That still doesn't give you enough. So I would say 12 months. And I think that is the rule, 12 months at least, before you can use it to buy your first home. But you don't get that cash. It's the solicitors that then do the liaison with the ISA people. What was the next question?
Bought already, you cannot benefit from the
No, so it's for first-time buyers only, or people who want to retire, who are planning for retirement. Yeah.
Then
What was the
what about
next?
buying a house in a trust? And if you've bought already, can you switch? If you bought the house in your name, can you switch it to a trust?
First of all, I'm going to put a disclaimer because trust is more legal than financial. Yeah. But from what I know with trusts, you can't get a mortgage in trust. A mortgage is an agreement between you. It's a contract between you as an individual and the bank. Now, a lot of people, there's a lot of rumor that's going around about trusts that it provides some form of protection. And in a way, trusts do provide protection. Yes, no doubt about it. But you need to ask yourself, what are you hoping to achieve by putting your house in trust? You can't put the mortgage in trust. You can put the house in trust because it's the house you're trying to protect, not the mortgage. And that's the reason why you can't get a mortgage in trust. You can put the house in trust, but I want to stay well out of the weeds with that because there's a lot of complication around it that you definitely need legal advice. And it's not something that you see common within the African community, for example. White folks do that a lot, and they've got reasons and grounds for that. And you find it happens a lot amongst elderly white folks, not even the young ones, because they don't want the government to take the property when they're old or not able to leave. So, I don't know if you guys are aware, but you get to an age in this society where maybe you're not able to do things yourself. Mm-hmm. And you need to go to care home. The government sells the property. That's the reason why a lot of people decide to put it in trust, because when it's in trust, it's not yours anymore. It's the trust property. But let's stay out of the weeds with that. It's got nothing to do with mortgages. What was the other question?
Then buying your house, like benefit of first-time buyers. So some people split, so the wife buys one and then the husband buys another one so they can get that benefit. In that situation, as a second-time buyer, do you get to have, is there a window for such and to get a lesser?
So at the end of the day, whatever you do boils down to your personal circumstance and why. You always need to ask yourself, why am I doing it because other people are doing it, or is this something that is applicable to me? And it's the same thing with investing, because property is one form of investing. There are several other ways that you can invest. With regards to the first-time buyer and any tax implications, there are people that do that and it works for them. A joint application or a single application, your main question shouldn't be if you should use one person together, because remember, the key part of your application is affordability. If you can afford the home that you're looking at on one income, then fine. If you can't, and you definitely want that home, or you're happy to go for a smaller one so that one person can use that, then fine. But yes, each person can benefit from using their individual first-time buyer stamp duty, land tax, whatever. But it just depends on, is it affordable? Is it something that you can do as an individual or as a joint application?
Let me jump on that. I'll give some context to where I think this question is coming from. So, like people from our background, sort of, I've got this idea of you can get those benefits for first-time buyers, yeah? So husband and wife, they pull money together quite nicely. Let's assume each income would scale through affordability. Now you buy this property, number one, in the name of the husband or the wife, and you're staying there. You have the benefit of first-time buyer. Now they pull money together and buy property two as first-time buyer and now rent it out. So the idea is now making income. So the question is, in my own opinion, the legality when you've got a mortgage, which is meant to be a residential mortgage, and then you put tenant there and you're collecting rent, because you decide to do it that way because you want to save money on those taxes. But you know, ultimately, why you're buying the second home is not because the wife will live in house B and the husband will stay in house A. It's because you're going to use house B for business while both of you are staying in the first house. Would that fly legally?
Should I? No, bro. Okay. What I can say is, it's not advisable. If your intention is to use it for business investment, it's not advisable. One, first, whoever's that property is in their name, because the income will come to you and your NI will flag it. And it will flag it because your mortgage is already in your name. It won't benefit you. That is the bottom line. If you want to invest in property, indicate to your mortgage provider. I always mention that when I talked about essay. Make sure you get the right mortgage for the property or the strategy you're using it for. And make sure your insurance understands what you're using it for. Don't play clever with legal system. If anything happens, you will realize you're not covered insurance because your insurance, you might have declared it correctly, but because you've not declared it to your mortgage, if something happens, your insurance will say your mortgage cover was wrong. So hence the information you provided to them was wrong. So your insurance is invalid. Yeah, and the minute the mortgage provider finds out, they have the right to revoke the property without you having much input to it. I've seen that happen to somebody, they revoked the property. It was tough. The only thing he could do was to plead for time. So, and the only reason they responded to that was because they have vulnerable persons staying in the property that was rented to them. So they gave them that extension. So don't put yourself in that position. You're not gaining much. You're only creating problems.
One thing I will add, and hopefully this does not apply to any of us because we're children of God, but if you buy, and maybe more to the women, if you go for that arrangement where, say, the man is the person that gets the property in his name first, and there's a relationship breakdown, unfortunately, it can affect you financially. And I have a couple of cases here, even in Aberdeen, that's the situation. Unfortunately, the woman has nothing to her name. And we live in a system where you would think that it looks like the law favors the woman. But in these two cases, the law did not favor them. So please, let's be really conscious of the choices that we make and think of the future. And as I said, hopefully it's not going to be applicable to any of us.
Right. Are we getting here? Do we have some more questions? Okay, this is 10 minutes past the hour of 5. I just want to say to you that the food should continue. The pizza is there, and we're going to continue with the conversation. We'll take just a few more questions. Our pastor is there. Our pastor is going to give a closing remark and pray for us. But please, let's quickly take more questions and see. So, because we plan to round up at 5. Yeah, go for it.
Thank you, sir. So this question is from online. It says, can I borrow money from the bank to finance a BTL property? My equity isn't up to 25% and I take a loan from the bank. This is bearing in mind that the bank will still finance the 75%. Does the loan I take affect my affordability, and what are the inherent risks involved?
So our mortgage advisor is here. You cannot take a loan to claim to take a loan. You know what it means? So you need to have a money, which is a percentage for you to take a loan. But now you want to take a loan, claim it as your own to go and take a bigger loan. Does that sound about right? But there's a clause to it. And it stays in your account for a long while. I'll tell you what I'm going to say. And I'm going to say this off the camera. Is a question online? Yes. You can't take a loan to get a loan.
Very correct. You can't take a loan to get a loan. There's some specialist lenders that may consider it though. But if you're thinking buy to let, you cannot take a loan to get a loan. The flip side, yes, it's just like even investments. Some people will say they want to borrow to invest. Again, if you told the bank that, they will not give you the money. Even if you qualify, they won't give you the money. You need to have, a lot of the time you'll see in the criteria, the resources, the deposit needs to come from your own income, your own savings. You understand? Some people do take loans and take it way ahead of time. So because Onye has said plan 12 months at least, do not take it 24 months before. Even if you do that, it's going to be fine. Remember, we're looking at affordability. So we're going to count what are your outgoings. So that loan payment is going to be factored into your affordability anyway. Exactly. They're going to see all that. So when Dr. Yakubu did not hide words, he told you that we will strip you naked. We will see everything. And even if you tell us lies, we're going to see it anyway. That's one of the reasons why we'll ask for your credit report, because we will see it on there.
Yes, thank you very much for everything. There is an aspect I need. Okay, I wanted to hear something about, but it was not mentioned at all. But I want to ask how I can go about it. For instance, there are some houses you see online, they will say option for sale. Like, for instance, a 3-bedroom flat for, let's say, 45,000. And I was told from my research online that if you are going to buy option houses, does not allow for mortgage. I don't know if that is true. Then if that is the case, for instance, now I needed to buy a house for 45,000 as an option house. I have 10,000, for instance. I'm saving with Bank of Scotland. Can I borrow from there? I'm saving with Grandpia. Can I borrow from there? I have a friend that can help me to make up that money. How can I go about all this? That's the question.
I can answer you on auctions, because I've purchased a couple of property through auction. If you are buying property through auction, you're not protected as a buyer to a certain level, because from the minute you bid, you've legally committed that whatever comes with that property, you are legally responsible for it. 2, mortgage will not cover auction because the process is very fast. From the minute the auctioned property is auctioned, they give you a certain, sometimes 10 to 14 days to pay off the money. So it's a very quick stuff. Sometimes they don't even give you the opportunity to view it. So you may find more than you bargained for in auctioned property. And mortgage will not accept it because most auction properties are recovered property. So if somebody failed to pay a mortgage, they reclaim it from the person. The bank auctioned it out quickly because they want to realize the money. So they sell it very quickly. So the bank is not really concerned the state of the house. So they just want to sell it to recover the loan. Whether that house is worth 200,000 and the remainder of the loan the person have with the bank is just 50,000. They don't mind selling it for 60,000. So you can buy it that quickly. That is if you're a smart, seasoned investor. You know what you can put in your buffer to cover for it. But if you're going into property for the first time, stay off auction. I will tell you, stay off auction. Build experience first before you go for it. If not, the cry will be loud. It's true. It will be loud. You don't get auction, and you can take a certain loan. They call it bridging loan, bridging finance. It's not a mortgage. It's a separate, you go for them, you say, I want a quick bridging finance to buy an auction property. The interest rate is super, it's high. So they will charge you, but they will want to get more information. There will be a level of risk, they'll tell you no, because they know even at that, they can't even auction that property to get it. And bridging finance won't finance 100% of the auctioned price. In some cases, they may just sell you 60% of it. So if it's 100,000, they expect you to put your own money, 40,000. The reason they don't collect loan as deposit is because the risk is not directly on you. They want your own money as a risk in that purchase. I don't know if you understand that. So if you're looking at auction as your initial investment, please stay off it for now. I'm not like you can't do it, but advisably stay off it.
Sweet. Talking about auction. So I'll share an experience. Sister Rosalind and I, that 3-bed that we visited, so I bought that house off auction. Now, the first problem is the bridge finance that I've applied for, some things didn't come quickly. So before the money came, I'd exceeded the number of days that they gave me to pay after I won the auction. So I started paying fine. For each day you don't complete, you pay fine. That's number one. Now, when I got in there, I'd not visited it. I just saw it online and won the bid online. So when I got in there, it was kind of beyond what I thought. But at the close of the day, the mathematics wasn't too terrible. I did the kitchen like 100%. We went there together and we saw the kitchen was like 100%. But then I did all mathematics and I thought the whole things will add up. So when they came finally, because the bridging, that's another problem. It's about 1% per month. So it's like 12. If you hold it for 1 year, you are paying about 12%. Yes, as interest. So I was servicing the interest every month. And then finish the reform, the kitchen took well over 10 grand to put the kitchen, put everything in place. But you know, the flip side that now happened is when I needed to do the refinance to get off the bridging loan, the valuation was lower than the valuation I'd predicted in my analysis. So it means I had lots of money in the deal than I projected to leave in the deal. So as he said, you don't go there to start. You don't test the water from the outside. It's like swimming in the swimming pool. You start from the shallow side and then you gradually swim to the deep end. You get what I mean? So that's the way you should go. We are coming to an end of the event.
Sir, let me just one question to the banker in the house. Apologies, sir. Now, if you have like a side also that is not registered in the UK, but so does thou have the advantage or the disadvantage when you want to get your first house or first mortgage? You know, that is like you know, if you're not registered, you don't you don't pay the tax or whatever. Just yeah, that's why.
If you don't pay tax, you're a criminal. So you will not get you will get the mortgage. As a matter of fact, I will have to report you that you don't pay tax. So try and avoid that. And the truth is, as Christians, if we want to follow God faithfully, a lot of the things that other people do, we will look so foolish not doing them. But because we're not living our lives to please other people, we're living our lives to please God and be an example to other people, then we'll do the right things. So if you have a side hustle and you pay tax, they can factor that in and it will be an advantage to boost your income. But the moment you say you don't pay tax, then you get in trouble for it. There's actually a case where I was helping someone who they have a property. So you know how a lot of us probably have inheritance. We have properties outside the country. I shouldn't probably say that because now they will start looking into it. But if you happen to have a property outside the UK, I don't know if people are aware, once you're UK resident, you pay tax on all income, home and abroad. And the government is not going to change. They're not going to come after you to pay that tax. It is your responsibility to declare and pay tax. In the case of this lady, She was making a loss. It was a rental income and she was making a loss. So she didn't think she had to. Your responsibility is not to think. Your responsibility is to declare. And then the government will tell you how much tax you're due or not. So a lot of the time, a lot of people will just go and get an accountant so that, because some people cannot be bothered with the intricacies of tax. So to keep yourself right, just
Attention, please. I'll take just one last question. Brother, question, and we need to let him ask his question, and then Pastor will be praying for us, giving us the closing remark. Please, Brother, your question.
Thank you very much, Victor Anoni, and yourself. And the first one is to Victor, and I've been trying to look into the mindset of investors.
Okay.
And so at what point do you think, or do you decide that you'll go into property, and what were the motivating factors? And also, how do you handle the market uncertainties? There are so many uncertainties. You know, you were talking about the case you presented was very optimistic, like everything is going to be up. Don't worry, everything will be up. There will be no war, no natural disasters. No, if that's a highly optimistic case. But what kind of mindset can make you go through the downs, the ups, real world situation where all the market forces play? So that's the question on mindset. Also, I would like to know, Onyi, this one is to you. Is there any strategy for remortgaging to get a better deal or to get a very favorable interest rate? Any strategy for doing that? And also for you, how has your mindset changed after investing in your first property? So are you more risk averse or, more careful? So that's just the question.
Okay, let me go first since I'm holding a microphone. Let me stand because I think it's important. And it's very important. Something I did not put on my slide initially was dealing with psychology of investment. And we as Africans, we don't deal with that. That's why we get things so easily. We get so easily carried by the emotion. And you mentioned that when you were going through your 9 steps, where someone just jumped from 1 to 9, just go view and start walking backward. Psychology comes with the financial maturity, or should I say, be it emotional intelligence in investment. Let me put it like that. The issues you will deal with, they are recycled. Everything you're dealing with in investment, be it property investment, has happened before. So over the years, you've seen this kind of movement in property cycle. So what you do is, I always would walk back to my initial warning: seek knowledge. We can, that's why I say when I talked about YouTube, gaining knowledge from YouTube, just like you said, Dr. Yakubu gave us a brilliant, optimistic outlook. You get far and appealing information off YouTube. Someone will tell you so many nice things that you feel fired up instantly. You take money, you borrow, you gather everything, and you jump into it. Before you realize, what am I doing? You've already met it. Then that becomes a problem. For some people, the reaction is different because they're not built for it. They don't expect it. So the best way to deal with investment, not just property, even before you arrive at investing in property, you should ask yourself the initial question: why? Why do you want to? I asked the question when we started: why? If you're looking for quick money making, don't go into property. I will say it, irrespective of, apology, my brother, irrespective of what you are expecting. If you're expecting you want to flip your money £1 to £2 instantly, don't go into property, because if you don't eat that, you feel depressed. If you're saying, okay, I want to build legacy, maybe I just want to learn on the journey. I just want to see how it goes. My expectations are calm. Even if I estimate, then you can make realistic return on investment plan. You can say, okay, I don't even mind 5% return on investment. So if you're seeing 7%, you're happy. But if you go and look at the return on investment on essay up to 15%, and you take that into it, and instantly you get there and you realize you're struggling with 6, then you feel depressed. So most of the information you will get on YouTube are for people who are down south. That's why I mentioned the market in Aberdeen, property market in Aberdeen, is one of the worst in the UK. It's one of the worst. Actually, when he was talking about 10 years appreciation, I was laughing in my mind because it's not always the case. Yeah, Aberdeen is a very terrible market. There are people who bought property in 2014, selling it in 2025 at 30,000 loss. They bought property. I know a few people, they call, oh, I have this property to sell. I bought the property before the oil boom, because Aberdeen economy is heavily dependent on the oil industry. I bought it in the oil boom in 2014. I bought it for 130,000. Can you pay 80,000 and take it? I only have mortgage of 70,000. I just want to clear my mortgage and answer off. That's where some people are with it. It's not always appreciating. But for somebody else, they don't mind. They're not really looking at selling that property yet. They just want to store their money on it, so they can just afford to just have it and leave it. So dealing with the mindset is dealing with the psychological aspect of things. Understanding, one, why are you investing? If you want your money to work for you, you must ask yourself, what are you willing to put in and what are you expecting in returns? Property may become an option if you have enough information about property. You could as well just buy shares and be intelligent in buying the right shares, or even buy commodities like gold. My investment in shares and stock is doing better than my property investment. They are not the same inputs, but one is yielding. Just the war happening in Iraq is making my oil, the money I spent in oil triple. So if I have that now, why would I want to stress myself in doing too much property? But again, property is a tangible asset. So I have a property company I can pass on to children. So you could understand for different people, it means different things. So understand why and time your expectations. That's how you can deal with it. So you're talking about what happens if it doesn't go how you expect. Plan the worst scenario in your deal analysis. When I put it up there, I use the worst case scenario in it. It could be much better, but go with the worst case scenario. Even if things go south beyond your worst case scenario, you won't feel too disappointed than if you've used your best case scenario and things go south, you'll feel worse disappointment than it. So that's it.
Now I feel okay. What's the best strategy to remortgage? See how when we're talking about the things you need to prepare for your mortgage, credit, keeping an eye on your credit report was one of them. You cannot let go of the ball. You have to be on the ball with that one. Because when it's time to remortgage, you want to be in a position where you're able to shop around and get the best rate from the lender that you suit their criteria or whatever. But if your credit history or credit profile is all over the place, you're not going to get the best rate from a lender. And that's why you hear some people are trapped with a particular lender for years and years, and they're at the mercy of whatever it is that lender offers them. I would say the best strategy is, yes, you finally got the house of your dream. Don't sleep up. Still keep doing the things that you were doing before you got that mortgage. Make sure you're not in too much debt. You're not getting any bad credit on your reports. So yes, utility bill may not be the problem. Sometimes it may be. Or some of us that might move from Aberdeen to England and don't realize that you have to pay water rates. Trust me, that has happened to several of my clients in the past where they didn't realize they had to pay water rates. And for some reason, they didn't get the chaser letter and that was put on their reports. So you cannot sleep up with your credit profile. You need to. If not, you'll be at the mercy of that same lender that you had the first time, and it's whatever they offer you that you take. When you want to remortgage, always speak with a broker, because the bank will only offer you what they have. The broker has access to many lenders. So that would be my best advice too. Yeah. And sorry, I know I wasn't asked the question that Victor answered, but you said it beautifully. But I would say for us to remember, strategy for your service accommodation or buy-to-let or whatever, and it doesn't matter whether it's that. Your best strategy for any investment you want to make, you should think of, yes, why do I want to do this? And what is my risk appetite? So don't just go for what everybody is doing. What are you comfortable with? For example, he's spoken about Iraq war affecting a lot of things. Trust me, even mortgage rates are affected by these things, whatever is happening in the economy. So you want an investment that you'll be able to sleep at night. For some people, service accommodation, they can't deal with it. But there are other ways that you can invest. So you need to think about, why do I want to invest? And what is my risk appetite? Will I be able to sleep at night if something happens? That's all I'll say.
There's one for me. I'll take a minute or two. Risk. I think the first thing about risk, I'll pick from where she stopped. Victor's my friend, as we've always said, and Victor does service accommodation in Aberdeen, and I've not considered service accommodation. I just stay on my lane. So he was saying 3 times or 1.5 to 3 times what you can get in service accommodation compared to buy-to-let. But I'm not bothered by that numbers because I know I can't deal short-let. I like if I put somebody there, just go and sleep and not worry, except maybe the leak or there's anything. I don't somebody. Nobody's checking in for the past 2 weeks and I've not got any booking. So I can't manage that risk. So I stay on my lane. That's number one. Now, you talked about going in. One thing for me is value. And I'll explain what I mean. The period here where there was lots of jackpot in this country, and lots of and there was problem with accommodation. Like people weren't getting accommodation. And the price for these houses was going up. And you can have up to 5 persons looking for one accommodation. And when our people come, the things they want you to supply. In fact, there's one of our brethren in the church here that just moved, and I needed to do guarantor for them. And I will put my bank, that was not enough. They want me to put my line manager, they'll go and get reference from my reference. And I said, no, I can't do this anymore. Now, lots of apps went through that. So when I bought my first flat, I just put it on my status. Since I usually put it casually, I would say on Mamacita. And the young man saw it and he contacted me. A couple of other persons I've contacted, but that guy touched me. You know why? The guy said he has come for a master's. And right now, he does not have a place for his family. He lives in a different place. His family, his wife and 2 kids live in a different place. He's paying per night here, paying per night here, and they are struggling to get a place to stay. I said, look, I've just got this accommodation. I've not even put things. He said, please, enjoy. He said, it's turned out to be a Yoruba guy. And we went into a Nigerian way. He said, he needs a place. Like, let me go there and you bring the thing. It was difficult. He was begging me to stay in a flat that was not ready. So the guy came in. Of course, he had his legal right to rent, which is compliance things, and the flat was okay, but it needed to be a fully furnished flat. Myself, my wife, and Sheyi, it was And so he was there. When bed was coming, he was there, share, and some things were coming to meet them there. And he was very, very thankful. And I'm like, this place is not ready. And this guy is super thankful that he got a roof over his head and his family without going through all of the rigors of checks, guarantor, credit score, affordability. So there is the value that you are giving beyond the money that you are making. God bless us mightily in Jesus' name. Let's welcome Pastor Israel Adebayo, please, for our prayers and closing remarks.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Victor. Thank you, and thank you, Yakubu, for putting this together. It's really been an impactful session. And I think as a church, if I'm not wrong, this will be one of our first webinar that we've spent this number of hours, and nobody is rushing to go home. So, and as a pastor, it gives me joy when I see my people making it. I could still remember when Yakuba and the wife came to my house, and it was just like an informal thing, but it gives me joy when I see where they've turned out to be now. Because that's the joy of every parent, that you want your children to be greater than you. Is that not so? So I'm not just talking of Yakuba, I'm talking to all of you here now. I believe, God, that we will go further in Jesus' name. I'm a pastor. I'm not a business. Even myself and mommy, we used to fight over and over. He said, Daddy, you have all this. Why don't you just, even my Yakubu was saying, can I not set up a consultant? I said, no, I'm a pastor. I just give my own knowledge for free. And because it's what leadership is all about. One thing I just want to leave with us is that let God and let God. When you allow God, everything will fall into places for you. I think I've shared with some of us, when we came to this country, yes, I came, work brought me here, and also the ministry brought me here as well, by the grace of God. But I was determined that within 1 year we'll get our own property. That I don't want to pay to a landlord for more than 1 year. And God answered my prayers. And not only that, I think I've told you people that the money we have as our own personal money for the first property we bought here in the UK was just £1,000. Yes, I know somebody will ask me how. I think I shared it. I shared it with you, am I right? So that was the only money. That was our own money, just £1,000. How did we got the deposit? My company offered that to me. They offered that of £10,000. Visa, I was still struggling with visa. But that's what I'm saying. When God, that's why it says in Psalm 127, except the Lord build the house. But when God is in it, things will walk into places for you. So that's why I'm just pleading with every one of us. It's good we have all these things. Let's still put God and let God have his way. £1,000. And in fact, my manager told me then, I said, look, we've never done it for anybody. That you are the first. In fact, the government must not know that we are using company money, am I right, to give you loan. But it was a special arrangement, interest-free. Interest-free. I was in Shell at that time. And I got that money because I told my manager, I said, look, if you guys give me this money, I want to buy a house. If you give me this money, I'll go back to the bank after 1 month, get the loan, and pay you your money back. It was a special, and it was the only money we got then was just the 1,000 to pay for legal fee. I was not even thinking of stamp duty. But by the time we are buying that property, the government just came with a regulation 2008. If we still remember that property below 150,000 is exempted from stamp duty. That's how we escape stamp duty. So that's what I'm saying. If you let God and let God have his way. So by the time we bought the property, we paid, we did everything. Within 1 year, my family came in September. By October the following year, we moved to our own property. Within 1 year. No, they came in October. By September, we moved into our own property. Less than 1 year. That's God. That's God. Not because we have fat. So when all our brethren are giving you all these things, have a decision. Don't just go and sleep over these things. Put things in, as sister there was saying that when she came, I just told my wife and my wife, go and get ISA. And now she's enjoying the benefits. Our sister talked about insurance, very important. I've had personal experiences. I know of a colleague. What saved him when he died? He died young, and he just bought a house in Cove. What saved him was because he had insurance, both life insurance and property, mortgage insurance. Can you see a wife with 2 kids, young kids, children, they're toddlers, and they lost their husband. But because of the insurance, that's why, oh, there's fire. What happened? There's something. What? One is choking. One of them is choking. Is inside the don't have just yeah. I don't know, maybe the way plug the way plug water. Let's put that door. It's hitting. I don't So I
Yes, so for the people online, we just add an alarm. So, but there's no fire. Everything is all fine. So, our pastor is going to continue for the remark and prayers. So, what now? The alarm is off now. So, pastor is going to continue to pray for us as we round up. So thanks a lot for the good messages, Elvis and Pekuliavik. Yes, Olu Adeoye, thank you very much for your nice comments. And yes, Pastor is here. Thank you. Can we please settle down? Pastor is on the stage, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we've accounted for everybody. We've accounted for everybody. Yeah? Okay, thank you. The children. Okay, so just to wrap things off, just to appreciate every one of us for coming and for all our panelists. Where did I think I was sharing my story.
The protection they have.
Yes, that what kept the family after it passed on. That's why it's important. Please, I want to plead with us. Let us not assume things. Yes, God has promised us long life. Amen. Nobody will die young. Amen. But then life can happen. Please, life can happen. Even me as your pastor talking to you, my company insured me when all the companies I've worked for, they always my colleague always tell me and say, that Israel, you don't need insurance, you don't need your own personal insurance. That your company, because my company usually insure me 4 times of my annual salary. Oh my God. Then this thing, okay. So 4 times of my annual salary, but yet, since I came to this UK, because I don't want stories that touches the heart. Amen. I've insured myself. I've insured my wife. Even my kids, before they turn, is it 18? I put money for them that if anything happen to me, they will have at least £1 million. And they all turn 18. Nothing happened to me. Amen. But they still got some money. In fact, one of them used the money to buy a car. No, I think two of them used the money to buy a car. And then the other one used it to do savings for his own property. So it's important we do all these things. As I'm talking to you, since I came in, I've had life insurance. I'm still having more. Property insurance, I'm still having more. I have about 2 for myself and for my wife. Critical illness. It's not that I'm sick, I'm not sick. And we do there's what you call health MOT every year. In fact, that's the book. The doctor had to tell me, I said, look, you are fit. You don't need to be coming here every year. I want to, please come in the next 2 or 3 years. But yet, I don't take things for granted. Amen. So please, I'm pleading with all of us. Always think about when I'm not here. What will, especially the family man, what will happen to my wife? Or what will happen to my children? Very important. Always think about that. That's responsibility. Amen. I even joke with mommy sometimes. Mommy, you know, if I die now, you will become millionaire. Let me go to heaven. I say, no. Amen. Amen. Because of the things one have done for them, and they're also doing for themselves. So it's important. All these things we've learned today, let's put action to it. Let me tell you something. There was an investment I started with in this country when I came in 2018, 2007. Started with just £25 every month. It's sacrifice. It's sacrifice. They call it SIPP. And the government will put money. Sometimes I will increase it to 100. Sometimes I will increase it to 200. And government will put 25% on top of it. As I'm talking to you now, that investment is over 60,000. But that £25, if I'm eating it every day, can I have that money? No, no. Pension is very important. I'm saying all these things so these things we are learning today, even me as your pastor, I do it. Even though I say I'm not a business person, that's why some of us, we are not business, but we still take care of other things. Do you all understand? So please, I'm pleading with all of us, because we need money. Is that not so, by Yakubu? Sister Rosie is looking at me. We need your money. You cannot buy a big building like this, and you'll be having people who don't have money. You know, when we are in St. Felix, they used to look at us. All these people, they cars, and they don't have their own property. And we all have cars. If our mommy used to say, I say, well, God will do it, and here we are. So please, let's put actions to it. Let's put, no matter how small, start. I told you I just started with 1,000. A property of 1,000 with 1,000 is over close to £1 million now. My equity is over 0.5 million. If I decide today I want to sell my house, my 1,000 is giving me 0.5 million. So it's important. Start. Our brother says something which I felt that when you say Aberdeen is not a good place for property business. It's not the best. It's not even the good. I have personal experience. That's why I know what you are talking about. You know, when my company bought my property here in Aberdeen, bought a property for me in London, right? Within 2 years, my property in London was over 150% gain. 150%. Yes. But when God said I had to come back to Aberdeen, it was a painful decision. I sold that property to come back to Aberdeen because God said you have to come back to Aberdeen. The property I bought in Aberdeen is still calling. So when you say people bought property and they are, I have the experience of people that did that. In fact, some were even begging then during the time of the down and say, just come and stay in my house and be paying the council tax. They are paying the mortgage. Just be paying the council tax for me. I have the experience. In fact, there was one of my colleagues was begging that if I even have cash that is ready to give a property bought for over 300, wanted to sell it for 100 and something thousand cash. So, but then that shouldn't hinder you from doing something. Do you all understand? What is your own is your own. The rent you are paying is not your money. If you have that thing on your mentality here, you will just wake up to do something. Because that's the mentality that was given to me when I came to this country. I was given that mentality that look, this is not my money. And I made up my mind, I will not pay rent for more than a year. And I didn't pay rent for up to a year. So please, let's go with that mentality and the Lord will prosper us. But put God in it. Don't be afraid. You can do it. There's this man that says, whatever the heart set out to do, you will do what? You will do it. It's just commitment. 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 And we will all get there in Jesus' name. Let us pray. Father, we thank you. Thank you for the way you've blessed us today through this workshop. Lord, I pray for all your children here that all the things they've learned, they will go on with it and they'll begin to practice it in Jesus' name. That will not just be people that hear but don't do it. But Lord, I pray that all the grace they need, the resources they need, Father, Lord, you will provide in Jesus' name. The challenges before them, the orders before them, Lord, you will clear the way, Lord, in Jesus' name. Lord, I pray that as your people begin to look into this, Lord, because you've promised us that we will heed the riches of the Gentiles. And Lord, Aberdeen is where you've brought us into, so that we can prosper, so that we can be established here. I pray, oh God, that you will make room for your children. As you've made room for others, you will make room for all your children, Lord, in Jesus' name. Favor will go before them. In the mighty name of Jesus. They will find favor before the bankers. They will find favor before the brokers. And Lord, you will make room, you will make way for them, Lord, in Jesus' name. Thank you, Father, for all our speakers you have used to challenge us today. I pray that the weight of wisdom that have come out of them, you will replenish back in 100-fold in Jesus' name. Lord, all they lay their hands upon, you will continue to prosper in Jesus' name. Lord, as they have given cup of cold water to your children, both here in the physical church and those online, Lord, I pray that their own cups also will never run dry in Jesus' name. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. Once again, thank you. Thank you for all our panelists. God bless you. Thank you. Picture time, picture time, picture time. When Tony be quiet. Can you get to your place? Okay, just take the help us. Sorry, let's start with panelists, please. Let's start. Everybody before we start. Please get back to fire. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, everybody online, thank you. We are snapping now. If you can, turn off your camera so we can
just snap everybody online. So we're doing snapping now. It's picture time. It's picture time. If you can turn on your camera, Bro Tule, please help us screen grab the audience. But for those of us here, let's start the picture from the panelists, please. Chineze, please. Yes, please. This way. Yes. Yeah, we'll snap with them. Yeah. We'll see Bro Collins' face. We'll see Sister Gogo. Yes. Zoom user. That's mommy. Sorry, not Zoom user. That's our mommy. You should come the other way. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Pastor. Thank you, sir.
So that Mr. will tap on their.
Yes.
Our moderator, please.
Pastor first, then moderator.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, come, moderator.
Yeah, come.
Oh, yeah,
Everybody, please.
Pastor. Oh, yeah.
Everybody, please. Oh, that's true. Who check? After Chinese snap, Lulu, please. One, Broshola, please come. Let the two of them be alternating. Then Lulu will go and snap and Chinese will come here. So that everyone will show, please. Oh, yeah.
Let's move on. Come to the.
Are we good? Please make sure you pick everybody. Thank you. Thanks. Please show.
Amen.
All the directors and the executives.
Freedom.
Yeah, Lulu, please. No. Let's stay. Lulu needs to appear. No, Chinese needs to appear, I should say. Okay. You can stay now since Caleb is not staff.
So many properties.
Thank you very much. So thanks for coming. Next month. Yes, thanks. Thanks a lot to OE. Thank you. Please, we can interact with them. Mr. Victor is there. Please, let's network. Next month event is going to be student-centric. Next month, we're not talking money, talking academic success. Next month shall be academic success. So please, PhDs, masters, next month academic success. So let's get ready. It's going to be focused on academics next month.
So if you have to grow. So if you are very please follow my comment.
Violent Properties is our guest speaker today, and he's got his complimentary card here. So you can get the business card from Violent Properties on Facebook, and it's got a website as well. So if somebody is coming short accommodation for has got you covered. So communicate with them. Shortlets, you can see all of those pictures you saw. They are Vion properties. I mean, you can see the throw pillow. So they are not stock images. They are Vion properties. So let's try to collaborate more, try to get to know. Just give me the cards to let me have the cards to Vion properties. Thank you very much. Yeah, yes, the business card. So any person that needs short stay in Aberdeen, you can see how beautiful those houses are. So those are Samuel Okoye, Dr. Collins, our mommy, Dr. Ibsen. Yes, Samuel Okoye, we see you. Pekulia, we see you. Dr. Amen, we see you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Augustine.
Thank you.
So Augustine will next month. So let me just be saying that so everybody knows. So that's Augustine Chukwemeka is going to be speaking to us in the month of April. So Augustine is our speaker for the month of April. So I'm announcing you now, Augustine. So just take note. You're speaking next month. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Month will be short, not going to be next month. The next 5 months program is going to be in June, and it's going to be in digital technology. So doing digital technology in June, another 5 months. Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you very much. We appreciate. Thank you very much. And did we get our own pizza too? Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Give it. Yeah. Shola, please, the author. Please, the author. Tomorrow is Sunday's worship, please. Tomorrow is Sunday worship. Please. No. You look at it. The way you look at how many years yeah. 3 years with work. That's my brother-in-law. Yes, it's moved to the bank. Because he wants to because it's expecting and the hope is going to like you have a monster. Yeah. So I was able to package. Just December was when that time my brother came. That's we all went to play there. That bungalow that is given Christian, right? The Christian one. That's a sense. That hospital, that
the box one. You are keeping family close. Yeah. Keep the in-laws close.
It's close to it.
I was just saying, people are, I know doctors that arrived here and they got the home that the whole family is. I'm surprised. Someone was